A controversial race in the American League. I don't think we're going to have that much of a problem deciding the National League MVP.
The top three candidates reside in the wild National League West. Ellis Burks is putting the finishing touches on a career season. With 2 more homers, Burks would be the 3rd player in history with 40 bombs and 30 stolen bases in the same season. Now, as Ken Caminiti goes, so go the Padres. Playing with an injured shoulder, Caminiti has excelled in the field and at the plate. San Diego's switch-hitting slugger is putting up career-best numbers as the Pods are thinking playoffs. And the playoffs is where catcher Mike Piazza wants to be, and his Dodger teammates can thank him if L.A. makes the postseason, because without Piazza, the Dodgers would not be leading the West.
The National League is a real clear-cut choice for me. It's not really a problem. Ken Caminiti is your guy. You look at Colorado, this is a team where the stats are inflated. Ellis Burks has had a great year. He's a former teammate of mine. I love this guy. But bottom line, those numbers are inflated. There's 3 guys that could be voted MVP, and the team has done nothing. Ken Caminiti has shown with his offensive numbers, has got a national scale to showcase his defense. This guy is a tremendous defensive player, and I talked before about leadership. He is the leader of that ball club, and that's why I still think he's going to carry them to that championship.
I'll agree with you on Ken Caminiti here, because this guy has just meant so much to the San Diego Padres this year. They certainly wouldn't be where they are, but more than just the numbers, and I think his numbers dominate Mike Piazza's, even though they're very similar. It has been his heart and soul and attitude that's meant so much.
Yeah, you can't say that about a guy like Gary Sheffield, who certainly ranks in all the big offensive categories in the National League, but his team's going nowhere, and unfortunately, neither is Gary Sheffield. All right, friends, time for our final break, but you definitely don't want to go anywhere, because when we come back, it's time to take you out to the ball game. It's all coming up next here on Fox. Baseball's greatest rivalry continues this weekend and next here on Fox. Today, it's the Boston Red Sox and the New York Yankees live from the Bronx in Yankee Stadium. And with the call today, here's Tom Brenneman and Jim Cott.
It's one of the great rivalries in sports. 2 cities rich in sports tradition. Boston, home of the American Revolution, separated by just 222 miles from New York, the city that never sleeps. It's a rivalry born with the sale of the Babe to the Yankees that has grown through the years as the cities have compared their stars like Williams and DiMaggio. They've shared some as well, like the fiery Don Zimmer and third baseman Wade Boggs. But the rivalry reached its zenith one crisp October day.
Deep to left. Yastrzemski will not get its home run. A 3-run home run for Buffington. The Yankees now lead by a score of 3-2.
The rivalry next. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon in New York, and a sellout crowd on hand at Yankee Stadium for the greatest rivalry in baseball, the Red Sox and the Yankees. The chase is on for the wild card in the American League. Boston 3 back, yet trailing not only Baltimore, but also the White Sox and the Mariners. And a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, alongside Jim Cott. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome to Baseball on Fox. Kitty, you look at the start of the season, and you wonder how in the world Boston is just 3 games out of the wild card.
Tom, when you look at a ball club that has improved the way the Red Sox have, you can usually trace it to 2 factors. It's pitching and defense, the best record in the major league since the All-Star break at 44-24 after a horrible 6-19 start. You have to have a good center fielder, and the Red Sox acquired Darren Bragg from the Seattle Mariners earlier this year. He has really helped them in center field. And then a critical position, of course, is second base. And Jeff Fry, who was with the Ranger organization earlier this year, has come over to take over, and it's really helped out the Red Sox in cutting down on their unearned runs.
As far as the Yankees are concerned, they took 2 of 3 in the huge series with Baltimore earlier in the week. And, Jim, they certainly look to be in the driver's seat 4 games ahead of the Orioles.
And they have on the mound today Jimmy Key. Pretty good man to have pitching for you in September. He has been a terrific pitcher this season after having shoulder surgery last year. The Yankees really didn't expect him to even be back until after the All-Star break. He is 12-10 and since June 26th has really been their most consistent starter, coming off 8 innings of 1-hit shutout ball in his last start.
Well, Key will try and do that again today, and we have a terrific matchup. The Red Sox and the Yankees. You're watching Fox Saturday Baseball, the home of the World Series in '96, and we'll return to Yankee Stadium after these messages from your local station.
Fox, the exclusive home of the 1996 World Series.
Yankees taking the field in front of a sellout crowd, better than 56,000 on this Fan Appreciation Day, and weather-wise, it could not be more spectacular in the Bronx. And here are the new Miller Mears starting lineups for the Boston Red Sox, managed by Los Angeles native Kevin Kennedy. Leading things off in center field is Darren Bragg. Hitting second and playing second, Jeff Fry. Mo Vaughn, the first baseman, bats third. Jose Canseco, absolutely remarkable story. Underwent back surgery on August 1st, and here he is in the middle of September, the heart of a wild card race. Mike Greenwell in left field, Nomar Garcia-Parra is a shortstop, Jeff Manto at third base. Bill Hasselman will do the catching. Took over, of course, for the former Yankee, Mike Stanley, who's finished for the season. And in right field, getting a rare start, is Rudy Pemberton.
Tom, let's take a look at those New York Yankees in the field. They got 37-year-old Tim Raines in left and Bernie Williams in center. Paul O'Neill nursing a tight hamstring, but he plays in right. Wade Boggs, the two-time Gold Glover, at third. Derek Jeter at shortstop. Luis Sojo will play second base today with Tino Martinez at first. Joe Girardi catches Jimmy Key, and the Yankees, tied with the Orioles and the Rangers in fielding position, have allowed the fewest number of unearned runs in the American League. Jimmy Key at 12 and 10 in 28 starts. Changes speeds. That's been the big key to his season. He has command of that changeup. And Tom, I mentioned in September, he's a good man to have on the mound. He is 30 and 12 in September.
See the season numbers on Key. And of course, the Yankees have been driven all year long. First-year manager and a native New Yorker, Joe Torre. National League style baseball, if you will. Early in the season, the personnel has changed somewhat, and we'll tell you more about that story as the day rolls on. And his counterpart, a native of Los Angeles, California, who has done truly a terrific job with all the injuries to the Red Sox, Kevin Kennedy.
Mike Schmidt lookalike. The former Hall of Famer, or current Hall of Famer, Mike Schmidt.
And your old teammate.
Yes. Kevin was a catcher in the Dodgers organization during his playing career.
Well, we're set to go in the Bronx. And boy, this stadium electric with postseason anticipation. The Yankees, the wild card team a season ago, on the brink of Eastern Division champions here in '96. Darren Bragg settles in, and he looks at a fastball strike from Key, who's coming back after missing almost all of last season after undergoing rotator cuff surgery. 0-2.
And most of Jimmy Key's surgeries have been the arthroscopic kind. This is the first time he really got cut, and yet he has come back so well. Mentioned they did not anticipate him pitching till after the All-Star break, and he's got 12 wins. Quite a comeback story.
Quickly 0-2. Key has jumped in front of Bragg, a .263 hitter, came over from Seattle, and the fastball just missed. A ball and 2 strikes. Bragg, former Mariners minor league player of the year, acquired just before the trading deadline for left-hander Jamie Moyer. 1-2 pitch. And the breaking ball fouled out of play.
And general managers love to make trades that help both ball clubs. And the Darren Bragg deal certainly is one of those. Jamie Moyer's pitched great baseball for the Mariners, helped them get right back in the thick of things. They're only a game behind the Rangers. And, of course, Bragg has plugged the gap in center field for the Red Sox.
1 ball and 2 strikes just underway here in the Bronx. And that's on the outside corner. Strike 3 call.
Coming off his sharpest outing in his last start, and Jimmy Key, a control pitcher, paints the outside corner on Darren Bragg.
So Key sets down Bragg to begin the game, and here's Jeff Fry. Kitty talked a great deal about Fry in the opening of our telecast today and what a difference he has made, not only with a glove but also the bat, since coming over from the Rangers.
Yeah, earlier in the year they had Will Cordero at second base, more of an offensive player and really a shortstop or third baseman. You saw a lot of him in the National League. He just wasn't getting it done at second. Fry's been a big improvement.
Fastball missed away, and Key has fallen behind at 2-0. Rangers had pretty much given up on Fry. Came up with them, had success early on his rookie season. In this second year, injuries have slowed him down since. 3-0. Waiting on deck, the reigning American League Most Valuable Player, actually having a better season in '96, and when he won the award in '95, Mo Vaughn. And a 3-0 to Fry. Is in there a strike?
If that's possible.
Yeah.
But he certainly is.
And of course, well documented all that Fry has, or rather Vaughn has meant to the community in greater Boston. Taking on a 3-1 pitch.
Yeah, good intelligent at bat by Jeff Fry. He knows Jimmy Key does not want to walk him with Mo Vaughn in the on deck circle, so he's going to take a couple of strikes.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Key okays his sign with Girardi, and here it comes. Drilled into deep left center field. Rains on the run, and he will flag it down.
Tim Raines' outfielding skills had deteriorated a little bit in the last couple of years in Chicago, but he has played a terrific left field here in September, and it's not an easy field to play on a bright day like today. With the shades down, Raines hauls it in.
Raines has been injured most of the season, but Yankees are getting him back when they will need him most down the stretch. So here's Vaughn, coming off being the American League's Player of the Week, looks at a strike. First Red Sox player with 39 or more homers in 2 straight years since now the hitting coach of the Red Sox, Jim Rice, did it. 77, 78, and 79. A ball, a strike to Vaughn. Maurice Samuel Vaughn, 28 years old, Red Sox second pick in the first round of that June '89 draft. And what many considered a classic good guy versus bad guy vote. Edged out Albert Bell for the MVP last season. Did you think Vaughn deserved the award? Did that get him? Yes, it did. So Vaughn will get the free pass down to first base.
Yeah, he's got all that equipment on, and Mo really stands on top of the plate. And it looked like Key got him right in the uniform shirt above the belt buckle. And back to your question, Tom, I think what most people thought, there's Mo's position in the batter's box, and you see it just grazes the uniform shirt. Yeah, it got him. You can see the shirt move. I think what most people felt is that Mo did most of his damage when the Red Sox were building up their lead early on, more so than Albert Bell. That's what the voters took into consideration.
Well, here's Canseco, and he takes a fastball up and in. Canseco appearing in just his 87th game. A little better than 330 at bats, yet he's managed 28 home runs and knocked in 78. And he looks at a strike. 1-1 to Canseco. He injured his back during batting practice back on the 26th of July in Minnesota. Had surgery on August the 1st to remove some fragments from his back. And here he is back with a week left to go in the season. Little low, 2 balls and a strike.
Mentioned that left field is tough to play in Yankee Stadium. Day games, Tom, that's why. You see that gold bat up on top? The knob of that bat is pointing in toward the field of play. That's the direction the ball will carry, and yet the flags will indicate otherwise. It swirls out there, and that's what outfielders have to deal with.
2-1 to Canseco. Lifted into right field. Pretty well hit. O'Neill at the track, and the inning is over. No runs, no hits. Mo Vaughn left at first, so the Yankees come to bat last of the first inning, scoreless in the Bronx. Back at Yankee Stadium, and here are the new Miller Beer starting lineups for the home team under manager Joe Torre. Leading things off in left field is Tim Raines, hitting second, where he has been most productive this season, the former Boston Red Sox. Wade Boggs. Paul O'Neill in right field will bat third. Cecil Fielder the DH. Tino Martinez at first with Bernie Williams in center. Derek Jeter has been a fabulous player. And you see what he's done during a 13-game hitting streak. He bats seventh at short, batting eighth and catching Joe Girardi. Luis Sojo, a rare start at second base.
Look at these improved Red Sox in the field. Mike Greenwell in left. Aaron Bragg, we talked about his improvement at center field. Rudy Pemberton gets the start in right. Jeff Mantos at third today. Nomar Garcia-Parra, the rookie shortstop. Jeff Fry at second with Mo Vaughn at first. Bill Hasselman has done an excellent job filling in for their regular catcher Mike Stanley, out for the season with a herniated disc. The note on the bottom, the Red Sox 110 unearned runs, the highest total in the American League. Mike Maddox takes the mound, the 35-year-old veteran who, Tom, has primarily been a relief pitcher, but in 5 starts he's got a pair of wins and has done a good job for Kevin Kennedy.
Well, earlier this season, Maddox on the disabled list. He's had a groin injury, a right elbow strain. In 5 starts with Boston, a 4.25 ERA and a 2-1 record in those starts.
And no surprise when you're in the same family as Greg Maddox, you probably have a pretty good changeup. And that's Mike is not a power pitcher. Fastball and a changeup and a breaking ball.
So here come the Yankees. It'll be Raines, Boggs, O'Neill in the opening inning. Raines at 267. Tries to bunt his way on and pops it up. Easy play for Hasselman. 1 pitch and 1 out. Maddox will take that all day long.
Yeah, especially from a guy who has hit 3 home runs in September. Tim Raines, you don't think of him as a home run hitter. On his birthday a week ago, he hit 2 3-run homers in the same game. The only player in Major League history to ever do that.
Well, Cecil Fielder is celebrating a birthday today. He wouldn't mind matching the birthday production of Tim Raines as Wade Boggs looks at strike 1. Boggs a .315 hitter, couple of home runs, 41 knocked in, and he pops it up. Should be playable on the left side. Manto in fair ground makes a catch, 2 away.
Well, like brother Greg, who might be watching in Atlanta, the Braves have a night game. Mike Maddox works quickly, challenges hitters early in the count. He's going to make you beat him. Good to see a pitcher that doesn't nibble around. We have 2 guys today that will both go after hitters, Jimmy Key and Mike Maddox.
He struck out a batter, hit Mo Vaughn with a pitch, but no damage done in the top of the first. Quickly 2 away in the bottom of the inning for Paul O'Neill. O'Neill has been injured the better part of 2 months with a hamstring, and he does not look good right now running the bases or at the plate.
Unusual to see Paul's average under 300.
Former American League batting champion O'Neill as he fouls it away. Well, many may recall when O'Neill came over here, a controversial trade from Cincinnati for Roberto Kelly. And O'Neill has been at his best in the major leagues. He only batted .259 in parts of 5 seasons with the Reds. Been nearly a .330 hitter for the Yankees. And that's the big reason why.
An 0-2 pitch that Mike Maddox caught a little too much of the plate with, and at 6'4" and about a 35-inch WAR club, Paul O'Neill is able to reach out and cover the outside corner of the plate. He does that as well as anyone with 2 strikes.
Here's Cecil Fielder hitting at .250, 37 home runs. And 113 knocked in. Brought up earlier, Cecil celebrating a birthday today, 33 years young.
And you saw in the graphic there, Big Daddy, Cecil's nickname. He is a charismatic figure in the clubhouse. Everybody comes around to Cecil Fielder's locker to talk a little baseball.
1 on 2 out, and that one misses down and in. A ball, a strike to Fielder. Acquired by the Yankees on the 31st of July. Not far shy of the midnight trading deadline from Detroit in exchange for Ruben Sierra and right-hander Matt Drews along with some cash. Let's see if this is playable in foul ground. Hasselman gives chase, but about 5 rows back.
Tom, this is part of the new look Yankees. You talked about the changing personality. This is part of it. The powerful swing of Cecil Fielder. Little hitch in that swing and the ball up and in. He just gets under it. But earlier in the year, when Cecil was not here, the Yankees were much more of a hit and run, steal, butt men over. Now Chris Chambliss, the hitting coach, has power hitters like Cecil Fielder in the lineup and Darryl Strawberry against right-handers on occasion.
A ball and 2 strikes to Fielder. And it's chopped fair. And Manto's throw, a little high, but Vaughn is there to end the inning. So O'Neill, a 2-out single, is left at first. Maddox taking care of business. We head for the second. No score in the Bronx. Back in the Bronx, if you're a play-by-play man for Fox, that's how you arrive here at Yankee Stadium. You've won 283 games in the major leagues, like my partner today, Jim Cock. Well, somebody else comes to get you. No score as we open the second, and Mike Greenwell looks at a ball.
Some of those power-hitting right-hand hitters, they come to get you. They want you back on the mound. But nothing wrong with taking that 4 train out here. Yankees even have a ferry service to get you to the ballpark these days.
Greenwell lifts one into shallow left center field, and Raines is there to haul it in. 1 gone here in the second inning. Each team leaving a runner in its half of the first.
It's been a big improvement for the Red Sox also getting Mike Greenwell back. Kevin Kennedy's plan is have Greenwell get a few at-bats. They get the lead, and then you'll see him come out of the ball game late for possibly Lee Tinsley.
On a day and age, and in a city particularly here in New York, where managers are often maligned, the 2 managers today have done wonderful jobs this season. Joe Torre for the Yankees, Kevin Kennedy through all the injuries with Boston.
Yeah, and he's taken more heat. Kevin Kennedy has. Joe Torre has maintained that same posture practically the entire season. And, of course, his motto as a player, Tom, was be intense without being tense. And that's what Joe tries to convey to his ball club. He might be churning inside during some tough times, but you'll never see it outwardly. Always in control of things.
Nomar Garcia-Parra off the end of the bat. 3-hopper over to Jeter. So shortstop throws out shortstop. 2 up, 2 down here in the second inning. While we have a moment, let's go back to our Hollywood studios. Our buddy, Chip Carey. Hi, Chip.
Hey, Tom. Hi, Jim. Good game going on at Yankee Stadium. Playoff implications at New Comiskey Park. Marty Cordova, what a year he's having. That's ruled an error on Ozzie Guillen in the top of the first. They gave him his 110th RBI. Twins lead 1-0. If they lose, they're knocked out of the wild card chase. Back to you in the Bronx.
Oh, what a shot you see there. Yankee Stadium, full house on Fan Appreciation Day. What a great place to be when the Yankees are hot. Breaking ball down and in with 2 down, nobody on to Jeff Manto.
For a while, they called him Mickey Manto when he was in Baltimore. Hit 17 home runs for them last year.
Looks at a strike. What a strange season he's had. Manto started the year in Japan, signed by Boston, went to Seattle, now back with the Red Sox.
He's had this country in a rundown, going back and forth.
See the numbers on Manto as he looks at a fastball strike from Key. 1 and 2.
Boy, body language tells you a lot about what a pitcher feels he has that day. And both Key and Maddox in the early going, just they can't wait to get it and throw it.
One, 2 delivery. And it missed inside, not by much. Well, no one used to get it and throw it any quicker than you did. back in your pitching days.
You want to hurry up and find out how you did.
Right. Break-even pitch. Chopped. Foul. Down to third base. So Manto will have to turn around and do it all over again. You look at Boston this season, we talk about some of the injuries. Jose Canseco, Will Cordero, Mike Greenwell, Tim Naring, and now Mike Stanley. 5 key parts to the Boston equation when the season started. Combined, they have missed 316 games this year. And yet Boston just 3 back in the chase for the American League wild card. Again, the 2-2. Foul out of play.
Yeah, you walk through that Boston clubhouse and you look at the names on the uniforms and you scratch your head and say, best record in the major leagues in the second half. How is Kevin Kennedy doing it? I mean, I mentioned he has taken a lot more heat from the press than Joe Torre has. The Yankees been in first place almost all year, but when you look at the names that have come and gone, 53 players they've used. This is amazing.
Breaking ball miss. So a full count now to Manto.
And of course, like any team, a manager will say when you pitch better and you catch the ball better, you usually win. That's what the Red Sox have done. Look at Kevin Kennedy's lineup card.
3-2, and Key turns it loose. Ball 4, his first walk of the afternoon. He hit Vaughn with 2 out in the first inning. So it'll give Bill Hasselman a chance here in the second. Do you believe that Key has fully recovered from a velocity standpoint, a stuff standpoint that he had in the great 1994 year?
No question. He, in fact, early in the year, he said, I'm throwing harder than I was last year, and that's the reason he was getting hit. He didn't have the ball down in the strike zone, didn't have control of his changeup.
Strike 1 to Hasselman.
It says a lot about a guy in this high-priced era where you could sit back and draw your money for somebody like Jimmy Key to go out and work as hard as he did to get back as quickly as he did. A lot of guys may have just taken the whole year off and said, I'll see you in 97.
Off the end of the bat, little cue shot, and that goes foul. 0-2 to Hasselman. Well, Key not the only comeback story. You see Dwight Gooden on the left and the remarkable David Cone on the right.
Doc Gooden, author of a no-hitter earlier in the year, has not pitched as well lately. Creditable outing last night in 5 1/2 innings. And of course, David Cone, after the aneurysm surgery, is back trying to help this team in September. Former teammates with the New York Mets.
And certainly smiles should come to their faces the way this Yankee team has played in 1996. 0-2 to Hasselman. 1 on, 2 out. Hit hard but right at ball. Should in the inning. And does. No runs, no hits, a man left. An inning and a half in the books in the Bronx. No score.
Back at Yankee Stadium, between innings, Mike Maddox, prior to taking the mound. Well, it's a hot day. Get a little ammonia up the nostrils and perk you up a little. Yeah, a couple cups of coffee might do that, but Mike said, and that's customary. Some trainers used to keep the old ammonia bucket. And even though it's working on toward late September, it is warm today.
It's been a long season. Quick turnaround after a night game last night. Maddox looked very sharp in the opening inning. A couple of pop-ups allowed the 2-out single to Paul O'Neill. They've got Cecil Fielder on the ground ball to third. So here we go in the second. Tino Martinez, Bernie Williams, and then Derek Jeter. Tino at 287. 24 home runs. He's second on the Yankees. 109 runs batted in. He was a team leader before Cecil Fielder came over from Detroit.
You've heard the expression before, Tom. Wait till the leaves turn brown. Wait till the fall. Early in the year, feeling the pressure of a hefty contract, filling in for Don Mattingly. He started slowly. But now his numbers are up, what you would expect from Tino Martinez. The home run and RBI production.
Well, he came over from Seattle with Jeff Nelson. For third baseman Russ Davis and Sterling Hitchcock. Hit hard down to Vaughn, who juggles but recovers in time and feeds Maddox at the bag. So Martinez retired to begin the second. And again, let's send it back to our Hollywood studios and Chip Carey.
Okay, Tommy, Frank Thomas is at it again. Bottom of the first inning against Brad Radke. Frank Thomas says kapaya. His 10th home run in 11 games, 40 homers, 131 RBIs. Brad Radke on the hill said, Singer! Back to you in New York.
Well, Boston fans saw enough of that last weekend. The duel between Thomas and Mo Vaughn. Thomas hitting 3 home runs in the Sunday afternoon game, but Boston won it. A pair of home runs for Mo Vaughn. 1 out, none on for Bernie Williams, who looks at a strike. Williams at .303, 28 home runs, 95 runs batted in.
Career high in home runs.
And he fouls out of play, so Maddox quickly in front of Williams at no balls and 2 strikes.
We mentioned Mike Maddox has been primarily a relief pitcher, and that's why you see him pitching from the set position, even with nobody on base. People say, why do you do that? Well, a relief pitcher, you spend all your time in the bullpen, and you don't wind up. You throw most of your pitches this way, so you get on the mound and say it's more comfortable to do it even during the game.
0-2 to Williams. And it missed inside. Well, many who follow also the National League, Hideo Nomo had to pitch out of the stretch almost the entire game when he threw the no-hitter in Colorado the other night. That was due to weather and poor conditions on the mound. Maddox out of the stretch for the reasons Kitty just pointed out. Well, what does that do to him? You see some pitchers, Jim, though, that they go into a stretch, starting pitchers particularly, and that's when they get into real trouble in a game.
Yeah, relief pitchers, I think, become more accustomed to it. Really, though, the windup is just a little way to start your rhythm. You don't generate any power till you get in the position Mike Maddox is in. But you're right, a lot of starters, I think that might be more mental than physical. Sammy Ellis, the Red Sox pitching coach.
2-2 to Williams. He thought about it. Did he go? They appealed down to third, and nothing doing, says Chuck Merriweather.
I say more mental than physical. Relief pitchers are accustomed to having men on base. No surprise for them, but a starter pitches out of the windup. All of a sudden, a man gets on base. He goes to the stretch. Sometimes he becomes a little more tentative pitcher.
Scoreless game, last to the second. None on, 1 out. And now Bernie Williams asking timeout momentarily before this 3-2 pitch from Mike Maddox. Boston took the opener last night 4-2, and it's chopped foul again, so Williams hanging around.
Mike Maddox is in a nice position here. You're pitching in Yankee Stadium against Jimmy Key. High expectations for the Yankees. A little more pressure on the Yankees to win another game and get toward that American League East. If Maddox would pitch a gem and the Red Sox win, then in the doubleheader tomorrow, they have Roger Clemens coming in game 4. Excellent chance for them to win the series.
And there's strike 3. Good change up there by Maddox. And that's his first strikeout of the afternoon. Well, here is our Mitsubishi Motors playoff update. You see the playoff picture for the Red Sox here in New York, then Baltimore for a pair. The Yankees visit Fenway Park next week.
4 games on the weekend. The Milwaukee Brewers, much improved, will come in here for 2 games to conclude the home season for the Yankees, and of course 2 more games remaining after this one at the stadium. A day-night doubleheader tomorrow, 2 o'clock and 8 o'clock. Kevin Kennedy.
2 down, none on for Derek Jeter. .316 batting average for the rookie, 22 years old, out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. Number 1 pick by the Yankees back in '92, and boy, has he surpassed expectations just a little better than 3 years later.
In spring training, the Yankees were a little concerned about his footwork, even in the field. And then when the season started, most of his hits were singles to right field. In the last half of the season, his power production has picked up, and he's pulled the ball more often.
Hit hard, and there's a 14-game hitting streak now for Jeter as he delivers a 2-out single. You just can't get Jeter out over the second half of the season. He's been nearly a .360 hitter since the All-Star break.
Yeah, that's the 3rd highest average in the major leagues. And what's been incredible about Derek Jeter's second half, he has now played more baseball. You see the ground single between third and short than any time in his career. You know, as an amateur player and a minor leaguer, your season's done on Labor Day. You think a player might wear down a little bit. He gets stronger and better.
Second straight inning, the Yanks have collected a 2-out single. And here's Joe Girardi. Girardi has done all the little things this season for New York. 294 batter, not much pop, 2 home runs, 43 runs batted in. But whether you're talking about hitting and running, putting down a sacrifice, suicide squeeze, Girardi's done it all. A ball, a strike.
And talking about doing it all the time, he does the little things that don't show up in the stat sheet. There's a lot of controversy when Joe Girardi came to New York because Mike Stanley was the Yankee catcher. Well, Bill Hasselman, sitting back there right now for the Red Sox, has had to take over for Mike Stanley, out for the rest of the season with a herniated disc.
1-2 now to Girardi. That one chopped off his front foot.
And of course, Mike provided a lot of power for the Yankees, and he was a very popular player. So here comes Joe Girardi with not much of a batting average. But when you say all the little things, I don't think anybody jumps out from behind the plate to field bunts any quicker than Girardi. He has set a Yankee record for stolen bases by a catcher. He can bunt. Those are the little things you're talking about. And when you start talking Yankee most valuable players for the year, the stats don't show it. He's in your top 5. He's in my top 5.
Well, you see the Yankees day in and day out throughout the season. And that's where sometimes statistics and just monster numbers that we're seeing, particularly now here in 1996, but guys like Girardi help you win games. And that's all they remember at the end of the season. Did you win games?
Doc Gooden, after his no-hitter and a couple of more starts, said, and no disrespect to Gary Carter, he said Joe Girardi is the best catcher I've ever pitched to.
Wow. Quite a compliment. 1 on, 2 down. Jeter extended lead at first as Girardi dribbles one foul again up the third base line.
Well, the same could be said of Bill Hasselman, the Red Sox catcher. Has not had a chance to play as often as Girardi, but guys like Hasselman that don't have impressive numbers when you look at the stat sheet do more things to help you. And Kevin Kennedy referred to this, as well as pitching coach Sammy Ellis, that pitchers love to throw to Hasselman, calls a good game, has a strong, accurate throwing arm.
Scoreless game, last of the second inning. Jeter leads at first with 2 out. And Girardi looking out at Maddox behind in the count, 1-2. Jeter 12 stolen bases this season. He's been thrown out 6 times.
And it's a logical time for Derek Jeter to try to steal second base. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 out. If you try it and you get thrown out, Joe Girardi gets a fresh count next inning. High percentage play for Joe Torre.
Jeter a huge lead over there, not running, and it's off the foot of Maddox. Over to Garcia-Parra and under his glove in the left. Making the turn is Jeter. He'll head to third. So Girardi, a base hit, a painful one for Maddox. And the Yankees have him on the corners with 2 away.
Right back up the middle, and let's see what kind of position Mike Maddox is in. Well, he's right there, just like his brother Greg, a good athlete, but this catches him on the leg. Garcia-Parra can't reach it, and Jeter is able to scamper to third on Girardi's hit.
Well, if anybody knows anything about pitchers taking care of business with their glove after the ball is put in play, it is Jim Cott. 16 gold gloves you took home. Runners on the corners. And here's Luis Sojo. He looks at a strike.
You get hit with enough line drives, and finally you say, I better go out and work on how to catch him.
No score, but the Yankees threatening. At third is Jeter. Girardi across the diamond, leads at first with 2 out. And Sojo lays down a bunt, and it's foul. Not a bad idea with Manto well behind the bag at third.
Excellent idea. See Manto behind the bag, and Sojo drops it down, but it just curls fouled on the third baseline. Mariano Duncan is Joe Torre's regular second baseman. He gets the day off today. And Sojo, since being claimed off waivers from the Mariners, has done a nice job filling in at second, third, and occasionally shortstop.
Had a 2-run double in the second game of the doubleheader. The loss against the Orioles a couple of days ago. Behind in the count to Maddox at 0-2. Runners on the corners, 2 away, and Maddox deals. Roller, swinging bunt. Maddox will have to hurry, throws and got it. Good play. Maddox getting off the mound quickly to end the inning. Couple of hits, couple of men left. No score at the end of 2. Will return to Yankee Stadium after these messages from your local Fox station. Back at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. No score at the end of 2. No runs, 3 hits for New York. Jimmy Key is not allowed a hit. He's walked a batter, hit a batter through the first 2 innings against Boston. Rudy Pemberton leads things off, number 9 hitter. And a liner right at the second baseman, Soho.
Hit sharply, and Pemberton's done that. Red Sox called him up from Pawtucket, where he was hitting over 300. Product of the Tiger organization, but one of several outfielders that Kevin Kennedy plugs into the mix here. Second half of the season.
Pemberton, a native of the Dominican Republic, came over early in the season from Texas. Had a monster year, as Jim pointed out, for Pawtucket in the International League. And back to the top of the order, Darren Bragg. He took a called 3rd strike on the outside corner, leading off the game. Boggs tucked in at 3rd. 1-0 pitch, a little low. 2 balls and no strikes.
Red Sox, Tom, got exactly what they wanted last night. They beat the Yankees. Baltimore lost. Showed you the schedule. Middle of next week, Kevin Kennedy and the Red Sox will play the Orioles 2 games.
Belt high strike, a fastball from Key. It's 2-1.
So their goal, I mean, it's improbable that they would overtake the Yankees and win the American League East, but they want to be in a position where those 2 games with Baltimore are important to win the wild card.
Bragg taking that one outside, 3 balls and a strike. Seattle's run has been remarkable, and of course the huge climb for the Red Sox. If they were chasing just Baltimore, or maybe one team sandwiched in between, it becomes a bit easier. But not only do you have Baltimore, but then Seattle, then the White Sox, Boston 4th on the list despite being just 3 games out.
And it seems like last year we raised a lot of questions about, was the wild card good? There are still some people that don't care for it, but it certainly has created some excitement for the baseball fan in late September.
3-2 pitch. Lined into center field by Bragg, and there's the first Boston hit of the day. Wells talking about the wild card race. Let's send it again back to Hollywood, where Chip Carey brings us up to date on Twins and White Sox.
And Tommy, the Twins playing a lot of little baseball today. Look at Jeff Rebel, a safety squeeze with runners at 1st and 3rd. Pat Mears comes home to score. Bang bang play at 1st, and the Twins lead the White Sox 3-1 in the 2nd.
So again, coming into play today, Boston just 1 game back of Chicago for 3rd place in the wild card. And Boston will certainly be keeping an eye on how that game develops today, as we will here on Fox. In case you're just joining us, the wild card race, there you see it. Seattle only a game out of 1st in the American League West. They picked up 9 games on slumping Texas in the last 10 days.
And if you missed last night's late action, the Rangers lost an extra inning affair to the Angels. Kevin Kennedy, when you talk to him about his ball club in the 2nd, he puts a lot of stock in the psychology of this game. He gets into the mental feelings of a player. Last night's starter, for example, Tim Wakefield, had a tough first half. Kevin sat him down, got him in the right frame of mind.
Jeff Fry looks at ball 1 away.
Again, Joe Torre has had a relaxing. Well, he's got a little nail clipper there. You can do that, right, with a 4-game lead.
Right. If they'd have lost 3 in a row to Baltimore, he'd be biting them off.
Right. Just keep it trimmed and watch your team play.
There goes the runner on the ground. Taylor may double play. The tag, the throw, and it is. Soho going toward the second base bag. Scoops it up, tags out Bragg, and then easily throws out Fry to end the inning. So no runs ahead, none left. We go to the bottom of the 3rd. Still no score.
Scoreless, we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Let's take a look at the way that inning ended. The Red Sox trying to hit and run play, so Bragg got caught close to second base, and Soho, very agile at second, tags Bragg, and then makes a nice off-balance throw to Martinez to complete the double play. Red Sox hit 3 balls sharply in that inning.
So here we go in the bottom half of the third inning. Top of the order for the Yankees. Raines, Boggs, and O'Neill against Mike Maddox. New York missed a scoring chance in the second inning. 2 out back-to-back singles from Jeter and Girardi, but Soho a roller to the mound for Maddox to get out of the inning. A ball, a strike on Raines, who fouled out trying to bunt his way on in the first inning. Thought about it, and it's a called strike. Raines did not like the call from home plate umpire Jim Evans.
And we'll see why Tim didn't like it. Just a few inches outside. And if the strike zone, the main thing players look for, if it's going to be consistently like that all day, then the hitters know they have to swing the bat.
1-2 pitch to Raines, and a jam shot floated right at the shortstop Garcia Parra. 1 away. Well, Wade Boggs has been with Boston and the Yankees. We talked about being on both sides of this rivalry with him yesterday.
It's very ironic that every time as a Boston player I would come to New York, and I was so hated that it took basically one season for the fans to accept that I wasn't the ex-Red Sox player that has come over and the hated Red Sox player Wade Boggs, and now all the fans sit there and refer to him as the Yankee Wade Boggs.
Wade Boggs, originally a 7th-round pick by Boston back in 1976. Ahead in the count is Maddox 0-1, and it's chopped down to first. Again, Vaughn having trouble down there today, but the play on the flip is in time to get Boggs. Maddox quickly getting over to cover the bag. 2 gone.
Now Mo's had trouble with a couple of these over there, and it's a good thing that pitcher Mike Maddox is a good athlete like his brother Greg. Gets there just in time. I mean, he got his foot down, bang, bang, just ahead of Boggs. Wow. A photo finish. But it did go to Maddox.
Well, you heard the Yankees Stadium crowd and their reaction to the call at first base. Made by Larry McCoy. Nonetheless, 2 away. Nobody on for Paul O'Neill. He singled to left his first time up. Now, getting back to Boggs just for a minute. Talked about a 7th-round pick in '76. That season, he hit .263, his first year as a professional at Elmira. He then went 15 consecutive years at 300 or better until 1992. That year, his final season at Boston, batted .259. Long drive way back, and the Yankees lead 1-0.
Rocks like Yankee Stadium in September when it's full in a pennant race. Paul O'Neill got him rocking with his 19th. Upper deck shot.
So O'Neill giving New York the 1-0 lead here in the third inning. Cecil Fielder fouling it back out of play, down a strike. How much has the injury hurt O'Neill power-wise, if at all, this season?
Right. What he's amazed at is in this year of so many home runs, everybody's setting career home run records, and O'Neill says, I don't know why I'm not. But, of course, Paul O'Neill is a gap hitter. He seldom pulls the ball. He pulled that one, and that's why his home run numbers are not particularly high.
1-1 to Cecil, who bounced out.
Yeah, and I don't think,
Mano.
excuse me, Tom, I don't think the leg injury has hurt his hitting at all. It has slowed him down a little bit in the field. Paul's not particularly fast, doesn't have any stolen bases, and he's an excellent outfielder.
Hit hard, foul.
You know, with what he gets to, he doesn't have a lot of speed.
O'Neill, a 2-out blast to the upper deck and right. Yankees 1, Boston nothing. Cecil a 2-hopper at the shortstop. Garcia Parra throws it high, but Vaughn able to go up and get it, and that'll end the inning. So O'Neill, the home run to right. We move to the 4th inning in the Bronx, and the Yanks have jumped out in front, 1-0. 1-0 ball game thanks to a Paul O'Neill home run in the last of the 3rd inning. So here we go in the 4th, where it'll be Mo Vaughn, Jose Canseco, and then Mike Greenwell against Jimmy Key. No runs, 1 hit for Boston. A 1-out single by Bragg in the 3rd, but a double play ball ended the inning. Key has hit a batter, he's walked a batter. Vaughn, the man he hit in the 1st inning. And a breaking ball starts him out with strike 1. Tried the outside edge again. This time it missed. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Tom, I cannot remember a Red Sox team, and I saw my first Red Sox game 50 years ago in 1946, that was ever as left-handed loaded as this lineup. You always think of the Red Sox as a lot of right-hand hitters.
In the air, easy play for Raines, who calls off Williams. Vaughn retired to open the 4th inning. Well, speaking of left-handed hitters.
Yeah, there's a magical sound. The pitchers and the hitters recognize it. Hitters love it. When that ball hits the bat, you don't have to look where it's going. You know by that sound. Paul O'Neill, see, immediately the eyes go down to the ground. He just drops the bat. And Mike Maddox, as soon as he looks and follows the flight of the ball, he just turned around and said, let me rub up a new one. They know that magic sound.
Jose Canseco has experienced that feeling. And he looks at a strike on the outside corner. You know, it was interesting talking to Canseco yesterday. And I posed the question, do you believe that your perception amongst the fans has changed through the years? And he had some turbulent times in Oakland. Big slugger and had some off-the-field incidents. But you don't hear about that kind of thing anymore. And he said he really has noticed the last couple of seasons, despite battling through injuries, same thing again this year, that maybe fans are beginning to recognize how hard he works to get himself ready to play this game. Returning after the back surgery on August the 1st.
Now, there is no question that even as a media person, I followed Jose's career since he was in Oakland when he was going through those turbulent times, and it was not as approachable. He is very approachable and very pleasant. I think guys go through that where they finally reach a point where they appreciate what a privilege it is to be a Major League Baseball player and making a good living in this country playing baseball. At first, when you're 20 or 21 and that success comes to you early, you don't have that same kind of attitude. And I think that's what we see in Jose Canseco right now. Very grateful for what he has, and he's working hard to maintain it.
A very engaging man. Of course, Cuban born, and has a lot of things to say about some issues away from baseball. A very bright young man is Canseco, and has matured through the years as it's 3 balls and a strike. Well, the defense of the Yankees, second baseman Soho almost playing behind the second base bag. Foul back out of play, 3-2.
Probably an indication right there, Tom, of what the back has done to Jose Canseco. The back injuries over a period of time. That 3-1 pitch that Jimmy Key just threw him. 40-40 year, he'd have turned on that, pulled it out of the ballpark.
3-2 delivery. And he pops it up. Foul ground first base side. Martinez and Girardi over, but it's out of play. Of course, Canseco is still the only player in Major League history to hit 40 or more home runs, steal 40 or more bases in the same season. And this year, Barry Bonds has a chance to do it for the Giants. He is 8 stolen bases away, already has surpassed the 40 home run mark. Again, the 3-2 key to Canseco. In the left center field, Williams a late break, and he gets there with a diving stab. They love Bernie Williams in New York.
Has to play him deep, respecting his power, and in the bright sun makes that diving, sliding catch. They not only love him in New York, Tom, Joe Torre said, I fell in love with Bernie Williams in spring training. His personality reminds me so much of the late Arthur Ashe. Very classy, soft-spoken, and talented baseball player.
So Williams making the dazzling play in short left center field, robbing Canseco of a would-be base hit. 2 down, none on for Greenwell, who flied to Raines, leading off the second inning, and he looks at strike 1. Similar type of reaction by Canseco that we saw last night in the game when he just missed a pitch into shallow left field. Here comes Raines, and able to still smother the ball in front as it falls in for a 2-out single. So Greenwell, a 2-out base runner. It's time for our Pizza Hut Deliver Me Home contribution update. Pizza Hut is proud to donate to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children $1,500 for each home run hit by these 4 batters. And talk about a lineup: Vaughn, Griffey Jr., Mike Piazza, and Jeff Bagwell.
Nice little heart of the lineup there.
And those numbers flip-flop for Mo Vaughn and Ken Griffey Jr. Jr. hit his 46th of the season last night, and Mo Vaughn has 41.
And before it's all over, we already have broken the all-time record for most home runs in a season and most Grand Slam home runs. More guys with 40 or more.
1-1 to Garcia-Parra.
Hitters are bigger, stronger. They work very, very hard at becoming better hitters. Strike zone is smaller, according to the rule book. Ball is probably a little tighter.
That was my next question to you.
Combination of things.
Runner goes, and a 1-1 pitch hit hard. Straightaway center field. Williams at the track, at the wall, can't get it. Greenwell scores. Garcia-Parra has tied the game and goes into third base. He just missed knocking it out of here to straightaway center. It's a 1-1 affair.
Known for his speed is Garcia-Parra. Bernie Williams, looking up into the bright sky, just mistimes his jump a touch. That's one of those balls that you say it could have been caught. Not should have been caught, but it could have. Bernie has plenty of room. And see, he just jumps a little too quickly. Maybe surprised by the power of Nomar Garcia-Parra. Quick check to where he's at according to the warning track, and now he starts his jump right there, and then the ball comes down a touch later.
So now Boston a chance to take the lead off of Jimmy Key. It's all taken place after the first 2 are retired. On a fly ball to left, Canseco robbed by Williams in center field with a diving play, but Greenwell a single, and now Garcia-Parra triple.
Garcia-Parra, the Red Sox #1 draft pick of 2 years ago. They didn't anticipate him playing this year. The injuries to John Valentin have given him an opportunity. Hit a home run for his first major league hit.
Good fastball in the inside corner from Key. It's 1-2 on Manto. And first it was Nearing who went down. Then Valentin had to move from short to third. And now Garcia-Parra getting a chance at short. 1-2 pitch. And Manto hanging in there.
Manto from Bristol, Pennsylvania. Now, you're too young to remember this, aren't you? Kids from Bristol, as sharp as a pistol, the Bristol Stomp.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, okay.
No, I mean, you're talking about seeing a game 50 years ago for crying out loud.
But Jeff Manto is from Bristol, Pennsylvania. Came up with the Philadelphia Phillies.
1-1 game, 2 down. Key the pitch on the ground, and Jeter is there. The inning is over. A run, a couple of hits, and a man left at third. We head to the bottom half of the 4th inning in the Bronx. A 1-1 game. 1-1 game. Jimmy Key getting into trouble in the top half of the 4th inning, allowing a single to Mike Greenwell, who scored on the triple by Nomar Garcia-Parra. So here we go in the last of the 4th. It'll be Tino Martinez, Bernie Williams, and then Derek Jeter. Garcia-Parra, kid he brought up earlier, #1 pick by the Red Sox, played collegiately at Georgia Tech. And I know that Kitty, you found out an interesting story on how Garcia-Parra received his first name.
How many young men do you know the name of Nomar?
He's it.
Yeah. No more. That's the only one I know. And Nomar Garcia-Parra, if you flip-flop Nomar, R-A-M-O-N, Ramon. That is Nomar's father's name. Didn't want to name him Ramon Jr., so they turned it around and said Nomar. And Garcia-Parra is an unusual name. It's actually 2 last names, Garcia and Parra, that go back into Nomar's family tree on his father's side. And they just put them together.
1-1 delivery. And it's in there. A breaking ball strike to Martinez at 1-2. Martinez bounced out to Mo Vaughn, his only trip thus far. Maddox again working out of the stretch, as he has pitched most of the time this year out of the bullpen. This is only his 6th start and 22nd overall appearance. Martinez, meanwhile, having all the pressure, as Kitty brought up earlier, replacing Don Mattingly. But boy, has he done it, and done it well. 2-2 pitch and a little high. In fact, Martinez has knocked in more runs this season than Mattingly did in his final 2 years combined. Now, a lot of that had to do with injury, of course, for Mattingly. As there's ball 4 to Martinez. Draws a walk leading off the 4th inning.
Take a look at Bernie Williams, who the scouting report says is the most underrated Yankee, probably the most unrecognized Yankee in baseball. Not as much power from the left side, though he's a much improved left-hand hitter in recent years. And like most hitters, they love that dead red better than the breaking ball.
Martinez will lead at first, and it's low and away to Williams, ball 1. Don Zimmer had something interesting to say yesterday about Bernie Williams. He is still learning how to play this game. Didn't play a whole lot of baseball growing up.
Everything that man says is interesting. Don Zimmer.
Oh, yeah.
Find a lot of baseball, a lot about it talking to Zim.
2-0 now to Williams.
He is Joe Torre's extra set of eyes and ears and bench coach. Joe, you'll see them converse on the bench. Joe gets a lot of input in terms of, would this be a good time to hit and run or put the steal on?
2-0 to Williams. Now 3 balls and no strikes.
Well, you couldn't say for sure, but because of our scouting report, not as much power from the left side, I would anticipate Bernie Williams would take a strike here and not have the green light. See what Joe Torre thinks.
Maddox turns it loose, and he just flashed a bunt up there, taking for all intents and purposes. It is 3-1.
Tom, you mentioned early in the year the Yankees did a lot of running. This was their favorite count, 3-1. Some managers look at that as a count to sit back, get a pitch, and drive it. Joe Torre had used the 3-1 count a lot for hit and run.
Well, Maddox thinking along those lines. He has a copy of the scouting report.
Boy, those advanced scouting reports, you can't hide anything.
Martinez taking his lead at first, held by Vaughn. 3-1. Runner not going this time, and it's hammered into right field, a base hit. Martinez Astros will make the turn, slam on the brakes. So here we go. The Yankees 2 on, nobody out. 1-1 game in the last of the fourth. And Derek Jeter coming up. But he'll have to wait as Sammy Ellis, the Boston pitching coach, will visit Maddox on the mound.
Kevin Kennedy has gone through a few pitching coaches here in recent years. Former Red Sox right-hander Al Nipper was there. John Cumberland was there. Herm Starrett, who is now out in the bullpen, but Sammy Ellis, the former hard thrower of the Cincinnati Reds, has taken over. That's a little time-buying visit. You know, coaches go to the mound, pitching coaches today more than ever before, and a lot of it is just to allow that bullpen to get a little more time to warm up.
Well, I think this is pretty much a foregone conclusion, don't you? Rookie of the year?
Rookie, no question. And he's going to get some votes for most valuable player. He won't get the award, but he'll get some votes.
Well, you brought up earlier in the second half of the season, Jeter has been just shy of a 360 hitter. Third best in all of baseball since the break. And how about the two guys in front of him? Alex Rodriguez of Seattle, who may well be the American League MVP, and Paul Molitor, who just went by the 3,000 career hit mark. Jeter taking a hack. This is trouble. To third, second for the double play. So what a big turn of events that is for Boston. They were looking for the bunt, and a one-hopper right at Manto turns into two.
Well, Kevin Kennedy put the right defense in place. Just before that pitch, he sent Jeff Manto to the mound, and Manto held his ground. The reason the Yankees didn't bunt, when you have somebody swinging the bat as well as Derek Jeter and your number 8 and 9 hitters behind him, you're going to give him a chance to swing. Manto wisely, level with the bag, was able to grab the ball, not hit hard enough to turn 3, but they get the first 2.
Jeter at first with now 2 away and Girardi the batter. Jeter, after a throw over, now takes his lead with 2 down. And another throw sending him back to the bag. Brought up earlier, 12 steals this year. He's been thrown out 6 times.
You're talking about Alex Rodriguez, and when you look at the press guide, they're very similar in stature. Derek 6'3", 185. Alex Rodriguez now is up to about 205. But to begin with, he was down in the high 100s. And Derek Jeter's never been one to lift weights, but this winter he said, I got to hit some more jacks, more long balls. So he wants to beef up a little bit, like A-Rod, as they call him out on the West Coast.
Is Rodriguez the American League MVP in your mind?
Well, he is. I have a hard time sometimes with the terminology MVP, but he is the American League Player of the Year, Hitter of the Year. Like Alex says, I don't know if I'm the MVP on my own ball club with Edgar Martinez and Ken Griffey Jr.
1-0 to Girardi, and it's a foul ball down the third baseline. A ball, a strike.
You know, you look at that MVP, Tom, and when you can take a player away from a team and say, could we have won without that player? That's your most valuable player. Now, whether Alex is that man, he would probably get the American League MVP. I would think he'd be the leading candidate right now.
You know, that's why I thought the National League, at least in my opinion last year, and the writers, for the first time in recent memory, they truly did give the honor to the guy who deserved it. The most valuable player on any team in the National League last season was Barry Larkin. Despite not having the gaudy numbers of some of the other power hitters in the league. Runner goes 1-1 through the hole into left field. Coming on to third is Jeter. So they create the opportunity with Garcia-Parra coming to cover the second base bag, and runners are on the corners with 2 away.
Tom, you see Jeff Fry and Nomar Garcia-Parra conferring right there, and they did the right thing, I believe. They had Jeff Fry holding his ground because Joe Girardi normally hits the ball to right field. But on the hit and run that time, Girardi got a pitch that he could pull. Garcia-Parra vacated the hole, and the hit and run was worked to perfection.
Identical situation, turning back the clock to the second inning. With runners on the corners, Jeter and Girardi, Soho, a swinging bunt rolled out to the pitcher, Maddox. Here he is again. 2 down, runners at first and third. And a breaking ball missed. 1-0.
Get a quick look at that. You can see Garcia Park breaking toward the bag, the shortstop, and then Girardi grounds that ball right where he would have been playing under normal conditions.
1-0 delivery. And a fastball strike called at the belt. A ball a strike on Soho. One game, bottom half of the 4th inning. Well, they almost caught Girardi napping over at first base. And you rarely see that play work.
That's a play we say all the time. Why do you try that? It never works. But you know what? Jack McDowell worked it right here last year, so it can work, especially when you have good base runners on. It won't work against a bad one, but it will against a good one like Girardi.
Into right center field. Bragg is there to end the inning. So the Yankees again miss a scoring chance. They've stranded 5 through the first 4. We go to the 5th, still tied at 1.
Time we go to the top of the 5th, and as the inning ended, I said you can pull that little tricky play on a good base runner like Joe Girardi. Why? Well, bad base runners, they don't try to get a good jump, but a good base runner like Girardi will, when he sees a pitcher make a move, will probably try to get a jump towards second. Those are the guys you could pick off once in a while.
But we open up the 5th inning tied at 1. 1 run, 6 hits for New York. 1 run, 3 hits for Boston. O'Neill a home run to give the Yankees a 3rd inning 1-0 lead. And a 2-out run scoring triple by Garcia Parra brought in Greenwell to knot it up in the 4th. Those starting pitchers have been very good. In Maddox's case, he was able to get out of a 2-on and nobody out, inducing the double play ball. This one hit hard into deep left center field by Hasselman, and Raines won't get it off the wall. Hasselman cruising into second base with a leadoff double.
That's a look at the starters through 4 innings. About the same number of pitches. And the Yankees have twice the number of hits. Just the home run by Paul O'Neill has provided a run. Maddox has pitched well with men on base.
Number 9 hitter Rudy Pemberton lined out to the second baseman Soho, leading off the 3rd inning. Trying to go the other way and advance a runner, but fouls it off.
Well, you wonder how the Red Sox achieved that best record in the major league since the All-Star break. We're getting a look at it. I mean, Bill Hasselman hasn't had a chance to play for many teams on a regular basis, fills in for Stanley. He gets a double. Here's Pemberton not doing exactly what you want to do, try to hit the ball to the right side and advance the runner.
He turns it loose, and he's able to hook it into left field for a base hit. They're going to hold Hasselman on at third as Raines fires back into Boggs. So Pemberton able to reach out and hook a single into left field.
Really played right into Pemberton's hands because it looked like an off-speed pitch. And Rudy trying to hit the ball the other way, as you mentioned, Tom, was able to hook it. So he's really going out to hit it to right field, but he's able to hook it to left because it's an off-speed pitch.
Well, he has done a nice job, as you brought up earlier, when getting the chance to play. Runners on the corners in a 1-1 game, top of the 5th inning, and nobody out for Darren Bragg. He struck out and singled. He does have 3 pickoffs this season. Of course, the best move in either league, featured by Yankee left-hander Andy Pettitte.
Yankees lead the major leagues in pickoffs, 28, primarily because of Pettitte, Key, and Kenny Rogers.
Hasselman at third, Pemberton at first, and again Key nearly threw that one by Tino Martinez.
That's one of those cases that Frank White goes over, and says, watch him, he's got a good move, but when you have a move like Key, you can be a step off and get picked off. There's Andy Pettitte, the leader in pickoffs, as well as the leading candidate for the American League Cy Young Award.
Andy Pettit this season has picked off runners 10 times. There's a swing and a miss by Bragg. It's 0-1. Jimmy Key in search of his 13th win of the season. He's lost 10 times. Right now in a 1-1 game with runners at first and third and nobody out. 0-1 to Bragg. Fastball missed inside. Boston 3 back. Baltimore in the wild card race and desperately needing a win here after a victory last night. And another throw sending Pemberton back to the bag. I mean, it's an old cliche, but for Boston, truly every day is a do or die situation.
And in September for the Yankees, for Boston, Baltimore, Chicago, those two teams in the American League West, Texas, Seattle, it is that old one game at a time.
That one didn't miss by much. They appealed down to third. Chuck Merriweather said he held back 2-1.
Yeah, you come to the ballpark and guys say, boy, today's the big one. You know, 2 nights ago that was the big one, and then that one's over, and you come to the park today and they say, well, today's the big one. So in September they all are, and you can't look too far ahead. That's what the Red Sox started out 6-19, and look how they've turned it around.
Runners at first and third. 2-1 to Bragg, and the fastball is high. 3 balls and a strike, and Key a pitch away from loading him up. Jeff Fry waits on deck.
Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, with a little concern, but this happens often to Jimmy Key. He will look at the runner a great deal at first base, pick up his target a little bit late, and in this at bat having trouble finding the strike zone.
Big pitch right here for Key. 3-1 to Bragg, and he looks at a strike. Not a bad thought right there. You think he was looking to take there at 3-1, draw a walk against a tough left-hander?
Yeah, he has not hit left-handers particularly well, and especially Key, so that's not a bad percentage.
Hasselman, the go-ahead run at third. Pemberton on at first. Nobody out. And another throw sending Pemberton back to the bag. Sellout crowd. Gorgeous day in the Bronx. Yankees and Red Sox tied at 1. 3-2 pitch. And it's fouled out of play.
Baltimore Orioles were just in here, and Rafael Palmeiro said, toughest place to play in a big game, Yankee Stadium.
Well, Seattle could not scratch out a win here last year in the postseason.
But, of course, Seattle fans might say, tough playing in the Kingdome, too.
Hold on a minute. Runners on the corners, none out. 3-2 pitch again. Did he go? They appeal to third. No, says Merriweather. So the bases are loaded on ball 4 to Darren Bragg.
A pretty gutsy call there by, or dicey, whichever way you choose to look at it, by Joe Girardi. A 3-2 breaking ball with a right-hand hitter coming up next. And you can read what Joe Torre has to say to Jim Evans.
Well, we watched a game last night, and behind the plate was working that man, Chuck Merriweather. He would not call a third strike, and there were numerous pitches extremely close.
The zone was a little small last night.
So the base is loaded for Fry, who's lined to left and grounded to second. And the breaking ball drops in there, a strike. And Jimmy Key generally knows how to get out of these situations. How about that?
Wow. That's comforting to Joe Torre.
See the runners, Hasselman, Pemberton, and now Darren Bragg with none out. Fastball came back with this time, and Fry wasn't looking for it. So Key quickly jumps in front of the Boston second baseman at 0-2. You see the numbers on Fry this season in these situations. Lobon waits in this 1-1 game in the fifth. Bases loaded, 0-2. And a good save there by Girardi on a pitch in the dirt.
Even though he has not allowed a grand slam, as that graphic pointed out, Tom, realistically, when you're in this situation as a pitcher, you say, damage control. You try to get out with maybe 2 runs max. You think about striking out the side and getting out of here with allowing no runs. Chances are you'll allow 4 or 5.
Martinez a step in front of Bragg at first, and a 1-2 pitch. Hit hard into left field. It falls for a hit. Hasselman scores. Pemberton held at third, and Boston has taken a 2-1 lead here in the 5th inning. And they still have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Ricky Bonas, right-hander acquired from the Milwaukee Brewers, is going to begin to loosen as Mel Stottlemyre goes to the mound. But we talked at the start of the game time about how Bragg and Fry had helped the Red Sox in the field. This inning we're getting a look at what they've done at the plate as well. Jeff Fry with the RBI single, and Darren Bragg put a good at-bat on Jimmy Key, drawing a walk.
A 2-1 lead for Boston on the single by Jeff Fry. Well, Jimmy Key, the scouting report, you've seen him last couple of years.
Well, I saw him in his last start pitch his best ball game, and that's exactly what he does. He tries to get ahead and then get you to chase pitches outside the zone. Darren Bragg didn't do that. Yes, he's not a power pitcher. Curveball and changeup. Oh, boy. I wish him luck.
Well, he only has to win 119 more games to chalk up as many as you did, pal.
Well, what he's done in the last few years for the Yankees, if he could just win 2 more the rest of this season, they would be thrilled with Jimmy Key's performance.
Move on, 6 career grand slams. Bases loaded, nobody out. And he fouls it out of play quickly, down a strike. Vaughn hit his 6th career grand slam back on the 12th of July at Tiger Stadium in Detroit.
Mo dares you to throw the ball inside on him. He looks like a linebacker. See the big pad on his forearm? He's saying, you want to throw it in here and hit me? Go ahead.
Breaking ball sweeps blown away. The ball is strike to Vaughn with Pemberton at third, Bragg at second, and Fry, who knocked in the go-ahead run just a moment ago, over at first.
Mo Vaughn, one of those rare hitters that not only hits over 300 but strikes out more than 100 times. It doesn't happen a lot. Andres Galarraga is an example of one who has done that. And a couple of years ago, Reggie Sanders, top 10 in hitting, top 10 in strikeouts. Hit or a miss.
1-1 to Vaughn. He had a big cut. Good breaking ball there by Key, and he's in front again at 1-2. It was a 1-2 pitch where he made the mistake on Fry a moment ago.
And as we talked about Jimmy Key's philosophy, he'll try to get you to chase pitches out of the strike zone, and that one was.
One-two pitch. Came with a sidearm delivery that time, and a fastball missed just off the outside corner, 2-2 to Vaughn.
In the background, you can hear the crowd. They swell when the count goes to 2 strikes. The noise level really goes up, and that started back in 1978 when Ron Guidry was pitching here.
Oh, was he something? Bases loaded. 2-1 Boston lead, nobody out. And he strikes out Vaughn.
Well, let's see. Was it out of the strike zone? Pretty close. Now, that's what Jimmy Key will try to do. A perfect breaking ball that Vaughn swings through.
Well, between Vaughn and Canseco, the two have combined to hit 11 career grand slams. Vaughn with 6, Canseco with 5. And you see his numbers deadly with the bases loaded like Vaughn. One away. Little low. Canseco is flying to right and line to center. Boy, Key would love to have Canseco put one on the ground to his infield and get out of this jam, allowing just 1 run in the inning. Not going to get that. Hammered into left center field. It goes to the wall. Pemberton scores. Bragg will score. They wave Fry, who will score. Canseco a 3-run double. And a 5-1 Boston lead.
Jose Canseco got the RBIs, but Tom and Red Sox fans, check the names of the guys that got this inning started. Hasselman, Pemberton, Bragg, and Fry. They weren't on your Red Sox roster for very many years, some of them just this year, but this is the guy that did the damage. Left center field, he knows it's in the gap.
Hard hit ball, nicely played on a bad hop by Martinez down at first. So Greenwell retired, with Canseco advancing on to third, 2 away in the inning.
That pitch just a little higher than Jimmy Key wanted it, and Canseco able to turn on it. Bernie Williams will bobble it just for a moment right there, and that's what allowed Fry to continue turning for home. And you could see the reaction from the Red Sox dugout trying to hang in this wild card race. Troy O'Leary leading the cheers. And Jeff Mano.
4-run inning to break a 1-1 tie. And Garcia Parra, who knocked in the first Boston run with a triple to straightaway center field in the 4th inning, is quickly down a strike. Jose Canseco, in now 338 at-bats this season, has knocked in 81 runs.
Pretty good ratio. Wow. As Oscar Gamble, who played here for years, loved to talk about his ratio. Oscar hit 20 home runs one year in 200 at-bats. That's kind of Mark McGuire type territory.
Well, when Canseco is in the lineup, he still does big damage. And there's a base hit into left field by Garcia Parra. A 6-1 Boston lead in this 5-run 5th inning against Jimmy Key. Well, Joe Torre has watched the wheels fall off for Key here in the 5th. He's already allowed 5 runs on 5 base hits, and he will lead the big blow delivered by Canseco as the Red Sox 5th continues when we return. Rough 5th inning for Jimmy Key, who has to leave with 1 on, 5 in, and 2 men out, giving way to Ricky Bonas.
Yeah, margin for error for a pitcher like Jimmy Key. Our scouting report said chase pitches out. It makes you chase pitches out of the strike zone, and he hung a couple to Canseco and Garcia Parra, and these hot-hitting Red Sox made him pay for it. Coming off his best game of the year, and now having the worst start he's had since late June. But you're talking about a hot-hitting ball club right now with the Red Sox that is playing with a lot of emotion, and I'm sure there's Red Sox fans back there saying, yeah, those Yankees did it to us in '78. We're going to turn it around on them this year.
So now right-hander Ricky Bonas, former starter, comes out of the Yankee bullpen.
Started the year with the Milwaukee Brewers, and the numbers you see are primarily during those days with Milwaukee. Of course, the Yankees made a trade, Tom. They traded Bob Wickman, right-hand relief pitcher, Gerald Williams, a 4th outfielder, to the Brewers for Pat Listash, shortstop.
Runner goes, pitch taken high, throw to second. Whoa, a diving play made by the second baseman Soho to keep that ball from going into center field.
Now Garcia Parra has shown a little of everything. He hit a triple, RBI single, and of course he has speed and picks up his 4th stolen base. What happened in that trade is Graham Lloyd, left-hand pitcher, also came over, but Pat Listash, the supposed shortstop was damaged goods. Came over and found out he had a fractured toe. So to make the deal fair, the Brewers said, well, we'll send you right-hand pitcher Ricky Bonas, and the Yankees will get another player at the end of the season. So they'll get 4 for 2.
Well, it looks like something has been, well, somebody lost the radio. They've heard enough. They're disgusted with some of the play-by-play today.
Oh, man.
Probably listening to me, I would imagine. Maybe they haven't dialed in and they've heard enough of me. Eh? They love.
That's cold.
Kidding. Fouled back out of play by Manto, and it's no balls and 2 strikes.
Well, these series do get a little high-spirited, but that's taking it a bit too far, throwing radios on the field. Puzzled, I'm sure. As Jimmy Key likes to say, once I begin to pitch well, I can really get on a roll, and he has been on a roll. Red Sox stopped it today.
5 runs thus far here in the 5th. Garcia Pirates second base, and Manto takes inside from Bonas. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, certainly Kevin Kennedy and those on the Boston bench glancing up occasionally at the scoreboard to check in on that White Sox game. At last check, Chicago was trailing, as you see Bonas giving way, or rather Key giving way to Bonas. Minnesota, by the way, in the 6th inning, a 4-1 lead over Chicago. And the inning is over, hung on to by Girardi off the foul tip. But 5 big runs. And Key's day is through. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 6-1 Boston. Like to remind you, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent. Well, sellout crowd on Fan Appreciation Day, and well, the fans not too appreciative of the way things have gone here today. Now, look who is attended.
He is in the house. Yeah, and he's quiet just like the rest of them. That 5-run 5th inning has shocked them here, especially against Jimmy Key, who has pitched so well in September and at Yankee Stadium.
Well, you know, you're the guy that brought up earlier the fact that you saw your first Boston game 50 years ago. So it certainly isn't beyond being fair if I were to point out you were probably a childhood friend of Elvis Presley.
All right. Admirer.
6 runs, 8 hits, 5 of the runs and 5 of the hits coming in the Boston 5th inning. So the Yankees must play catch up against Mike Maddox. He's given up 6 base hits, but only 1 run. Yankees have left 5 on base. They have the top of the order. Raines, Boggs, O'Neill. Lane's fouled out to the catcher and is lined softly to the shortstop.
Yeah, and that catch-up phrase you mentioned, Tom, is critical right here for the Boston Red Sox. They have had some problems in middle relief out in that bullpen, just like some of their guys in the lineup. They have some no-name pitchers out there to get to Heathcliff Slocum, who's been very effective lately.
1-1 to Raines, and it's a little bit high. 2 balls and a strike.
But as Kevin Kennedy did in last night's game, Tim Wakefield, the knuckleballer, gave him a solid start. 8 innings, 2 runs. He is going to try to push Mike Maddox as deep into this game as he can and keep from using that middle relief corps.
Hit hard into deep right center field. Pemberton looks up. Goodbye. So the Yankees get 1 run back on Tim Raines' 7th round tripper of the season at 6-2 Boston.
Now, Tim Raines, who has been out for so much of the season with a hamstring problem, has just become the Yankees left fielder here in September and suddenly is showing some power. That is his 4th home run from the left side of the plate in September. A lot of Walt Horiniak, the former hitting coach at Chicago, who worked with Tim in that swing. And the reaction of Mike Maddox, of course, when you got a 6-1 lead, you'd rather do that than walk somebody, and the Yankees are not a team that normally beats you with a lot of home runs.
Gunderson, the left-hander. Mahomes, the right-hander. Formerly of Minnesota, beginning to get loose in the Boston bullpen. And that's some of that middle relief you were talking about.
And that's why Kevin Kennedy would love to see Mike Maddox take this through the 7th.
Hit hard by Mo Vaughn into right field. And Boggs is aboard. And Bo was hit hard, but it's a play Mo Vaughn probably should have made.
Well, Mo at least hoped that he could get his body in front of it. This is a rocket. The 3 things you try to do as an infielder: you keep your head down, your glove down, and your rear end down.
And they're giving Mo Vaughn an error.
Yeah, that one got underneath the glove.
Well, that's going to be it for Maddox. Sammy Ellis, the pitching coach, made the trip out a moment ago. 1 pitch later, Boggs hammers one through the legs of Vaughn, and here comes Kevin Kennedy. So we'll take a timeout. Yankees trying to rally here in the 5th, trailing by 4. After a home run ball from Raines, an error by Mo Vaughn here in the 5th inning, Mike Maddox gets the hook. Are you a little surprised?
A bit surprised based on Kevin Kennedy's description of his middle relief corps, but I think what went into his decision is the way those 2 balls were hit. I mean, Raines with the home run, and Boggs scorched that ball at Mo Vaughn. And Tom Kelly, manager of the Minnesota Twins, who for me is the best manager at handling pitching around. I said, how'd you learn how to handle pitchers? He said, my dad took me out to watch the New York Giants play when I was a kid. Ask him questions. When they start hitting that ball around the lot with line drives, it's time to get him out of there. And the last few were line drives. I think Kevin Kennedy is saying, I have a 4-run lead, trying to stay in this wild card race. I'll try to piece it together left and right until they get to Heathcliff Slocum.
Well, they'll bring on the 30-year-old left-hander Eric Gunderson to face left-handed batting Paul O'Neill. And they still have the right-hander Mahomes getting loose in the bullpen.
Yeah, we could see some club records for pitching changes in this one, because the Yankees will throw, left, right, left switch hitters, a lot of options for Kennedy, and he's going to really try to manage this game the next few innings with all those relief pitchers.
Well, we had Boston last Saturday against the White Sox. And Kevin Kennedy used 7 pitchers in that game. Paul O'Neill homered to right field his last trip in the 3rd. And he looks at a pitch a little high. Ball 1 to O'Neill, who also singled back in the 1st inning. See the disparity. O'Neill has eaten up the right-handers and still has had trouble against the southpaws. 1-1. O'Neill, career-wise, has faced Gunderson 3 times and has 1 base hits in those 3 trips. One in, 1 on, none out. Yankees trailing 6-2 in the 5th. And the breaking ball sweeps low and away. 2 balls and a strike. Yankees a 4-game lead over Baltimore in the East. Boston 3 back of the Orioles in the wild card. And the 2-1 again sweeps low and away. Now Gunderson really doing O'Neill a favor. He's not even close to the strike zone with those last 2 pitches.
It's that common occurrence we see, particularly in the American League, where pitchers seem to be saying, I want you to miss the ball and not hit the ball. Very, very hesitant to throw it in the strike zone.
3-1 pitch. Ball 4. So Gunderson comes on to face a left-handed batting O'Neill, and he walks him. Well, as Jim Cott pointed out, Gunderson was just on to face O'Neill, and Kevin Kennedy is going to come out of the dugout and make another pitching change. Bring on a right-hander, Pat Mahomes, to face right-handed batting Cecil Fielder. So while Mahomes enters, will step out. 2 on, 1 in, nobody out. Back to the Bronx in a moment. Back in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium, 6-2 Boston lead. And there's ball one low and away to Cecil Fielder. 2 on and nobody out. Pat Mahomes now on the pitch, and Fielder's had his trouble.
0 for 9 against Mahomes during Pat's days as a starter and reliever with the Minnesota Twins.
2 balls and no strikes.
And you know, Tom, those numbers, we have numbers for everything. And Cecil's 0 for 9 against Mahomes, but when you put the pressure of the situation into it, Mahomes has never had to throw to him in this kind of a situation. Tigers and Twins were always near the bottom of the standings. Little different situation right now.
Boggs at second, O'Neill at first with none out. Oh, he snapped off a breaking ball on a 2-0 pitch, and he got a strike.
Just a walk in those 9 at-bats against Mahomes. No hits.
2-1 delivery to Cecil. Chopped foul wide of third. Well, that could have very easily turned into a triple play.
The one hit earlier by Jeter, just a double play. But if Cecil hits one down there, they can turn 3. Manto picks it just in foul territory.
Mahomes a pause in a 2-2. And Cecil fouls it on a play. Mahomes 26 years old, a native of Bryan, Texas. Raced through the Minnesota farm system, eventually reaching the major leagues in 1992. They had high hopes for this young man.
Yeah, they thought he would be one of their top 2 starters. Did not work out. Kevin Kennedy now using him out of the bullpen.
2 on, none out. 2-2 to Fielder. Fastball high and tight. Well, we saw him at 2-0 go with a breaking ball. On 3-2, would he go with a breaking ball?
Powder River. I don't think he could take a chance on one, but we'll see what he does.
We're out into it. 3-2. Popped up. Greenwell coming in will give way to Darren Bragg, who makes the catch. And there's a big out for the time being anyway for Pat Mahomes, and it was the Heat.
Well, when you've got a 4-run lead and you've had that kind of success against Cecil Fielder, you can't afford to walk him with a left-hand hitter coming up. So Mahomes goes right at him with the 3-2 fastball down at the knees, and Cecil gets just underneath it. Plenty of hang time, no distance.
Tino Martinez is bounced out to first. He's drawn a walk. Fastball misses high and away. So Maddox goes the first 4+ to start the 5th with a 5-run lead. Allowed the home run to Raines. An error by Vaughn allowed Boggs to reach. And now Maddox watches and cannot get the win. Could be 2. To second for 1. Relay throw to... No, they don't throw. Holding the ball is Garcia Parra, and turned to look to see perhaps if Boggs would be napping or rounding the bag at third. And could not turn the double play. Ball really not hit hard enough to turn it.
Shows you the intelligence of rookie Nomar Garcia Parra. He thought the same thing you did, Tom. The ball on a couple of hops hit to Fry, but by the time Fry got it to Garcia Parra, he juggled a little. The young shortstop tries to decoy Boggs at third base by bluffing a throw.
Well, it looks like he has time right there, doesn't it?
It looked like it in that shot.
Well, we'll see if that may come back to hurt the Red Sox as Bernie Williams looks at a strike.
Boy, great job underway here by Pat Mahomes. Looks like maybe he was disgusted with himself for not trying it, according to that facial expression.
Boggs at third, Martinez at first, 2 away. And smothered well by Hasselman. Well, let's look again.
I thought maybe he felt that Vaughn is right there on the bag. No. And then you see Tino Martinez come into your picture.
A ball, a strike to Bernie Williams. And in this down and away, Williams struck out swinging in the second inning. Singled sharply into right field in the fourth. Yankees a 1-0 lead in the third. Boston tied it in the fourth. And in the fifth, a 5-run top half for the Red Sox. Yankees have gotten one back here in the bottom of the inning. And a 6-2 Boston lead with 2 on and 2 out. And now Williams wants time. Good looking breaking ball from Mahomes, and it's 2-2.
Pat Mahomes might be like a lot of young pitchers come up to the major leagues, hopes of being a starter. Pitching out of the bullpen, they're a little more relaxed. You know, they don't have time to get nervous. Phone rings, get ready, get in there.
2-2 pitch. And again, blocked nicely by Hasselman, who is starting his 18th consecutive game since Mike Stanley went down with the injury, the disc problem, and is finished for the season.
It's one of those little things you talked about before the game that catchers that don't put up a lot of hitting numbers do. Hasselman gets the body in front of it.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Williams. And did he swing and miss? No, he got a piece. It looked for a minute there like he did not get a piece, and popping out of the mid of Hasselman.
Yeah, tentative swing, like Bernie thought about swinging, then wanted to hold up, and just got a piece of that off the end of the bat.
Williams 95 runs batted in. Yankee fans hoping he can get his 96. Runner goes 3-2, and it's ball 4. They're loaded up for Derek Jeter.
Sammy Ellis, the pitching coach, with one of many trips to the mound, and while he goes to the mound, yep, that phone will be busy the rest of the afternoon. And the Yankees could not have hoped for a better situation. Mike Maddox with 4 innings held the Yankees to 1 run. Then Raines and Boggs touched him up here in the 5th. Kennedy went to his bullpen early. But I would say at this stage of the season, Tom, Derek Jeter has been the hitter the Yankees would like to have up in this situation now more than anyone.
Well, Jeter extended his hitting streak to 14 games with a single to left in the second, bounced into a fielder's choice in the fourth. And he looks at a strike on the inside corner. See the numbers on Jeter, getting his feet wet here in the major leagues, and has turned it on in the second half. Strike 2 on the outside edge. Well, now Mahomes has Jeter in an 0-2 hole, but can he put him away? Bases loaded, 2 out. On the ground, off Hasselman's body into left center. 2 runs will score. Jeter's coming to second and will get there. 6-4 Boston.
Didn't put him away. 2 hittable a pitch and a bad hop to Jeff Manto. The Red Sox have played so much better in the field lately, but that one caroms into left center field. Mentioned the Red Sox have given up more unearned runs than any team in the American League, but lately they have played much better. Today a little shaky in the field.
So Manto the error, the second of the inning by Boston. Well, now they're changing it to a base hit for Jeter, and 2 runs batted in. Here's Girardi with a chance to tie the game, and he looks at a strike.
Yeah, I don't know if I can fault that call because that ball was scorched. It was scorched a couple of hops, and you can say, well, hey, this is the big leagues. You got to catch that ball. But you can see how quickly it got in on Manto.
So a 2-base hit for Jeter, knocking in 2 runs, and now it's a ball, a strike to Girardi.
Of course, that's where the Red Sox have had to make some changes. Tim Naring, their regular third baseman, out with a shoulder problem. John Valentin went there last night. In fact, he's been there for the last several games, but he was injured last night.
1-1 to Girardi. And a weak roller to the second baseman. Fry will end the inning. But the Yankees, after giving up 5 in the top of the 5th, get 3 in the bottom of the inning. And we head to the 6th. A 6-4 Boston lead. Back at Yankee Stadium at the end of 5, 6 runs, 8 hits for Boston, 4 runs, 8 hits for the Yankees. Big play a moment ago.
Yeah, another look at that ground ball that Derek Jeter hit. And right there, that hop, I think right near where the grass meets the dirt with a lot of topspin. And it caromed off Jeff Manto for a hit.
High drive into deep left field. Rains at the wall. Goodbye. Hasselman reads bonus here in the 6th with a home run. And back comes Boston. Now a 7-4 Red Sox lead.
Well, in 90s baseball, fans could not ask for anything more than this. They love to see the long ball. And here's these resilient Red Sox. The Yankees come up with 3, and Hasselman, with his second big hit of the day, answers that.
Rudy Pemberton down a strike, taking a hack at the first pitch.
Usually, if it gets into a heavyweight slugging match like this, the Red Sox have the advantage. The Yankees built their lead for Joe Torre with tight pitching, particularly out of the bullpen. And if they can't do that, the Red Sox have the big advantage. More home run power in that lineup.
And that one hits Pemberton. Second time a Boston batter has been plunked by a Yankee pitcher in the game today. Mo Vaughn hit by Jimmy Key, and now Pemberton from bonus here in the 6th. Well, Hasselman might have been mad at me. I blamed him for the error inadvertently a second ago. He might have said, hey, wait a minute.
This is what you call taking one for the team. Yeah. Just take one for the team, says Rudy Pemberton. Want to throw one inside to me? I'll take it.
Well, Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankee pitching coach, will come out for a visit. What has happened or gone wrong with Ricky Bones since he was an all-star a couple of seasons ago?
That is a mystery. He's had some arm problems, but nothing major to keep him from pitching more effectively. And that's why the Milwaukee Brewers gave up on him. He has come in a couple of times and thrown strikes to one hitter, and then suddenly, like we're seeing today, just cannot find the strike zone. And oftentimes that's a confidence problem.
Well, I'd like to remind you, tomorrow on Fox NFL Sunday, Troy Aikman faces the most difficult season of his career. Join Terry, Howie, JB, and Ronnie Lott as they find out how Troy will overcome these challenges and prepare for his battle with Buffalo. It all happens tomorrow at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific. 7-4, Boston leading in the 6th inning. Hasselman starts things here in the 6th with a home run to left. Pemberton hit by a pitch. And now Darren Bragg, the batter, but still waiting on the first delivery.
I think this was the message from Mel Stottlemyre. Go out there, throw to first base a few times. Managers will do this, and give my relief pitchers a little more time to get ready. Things happening in a hurry here to Ricky Bones.
And there's another throw over.
Joe Torre pulled one of those wily old managers' tricks the other day by having Mariano Duncan appear that he had something in his eye just to buy some time. Left-hander Dale Polley and right-hander Dave Pavlis are the two pitchers getting ready.
1-0 to Darren Bragg. Well, Bragg has been right in the thick of the Boston offense today. As you get a look at the Yankee bullpen, Bragg struck out in the first inning, singled in the third, walked and scored in the 5-run fifth. And all those runs charged to Jimmy Key. 2-0.
Nothing more frustrating to a manager or fans than a relief pitcher that can't come in and find the strike zone. There's the three-way discussion with Torrey, Stottlemyre, and Zimmer as to when to make the move.
2-0 to Bragg. Hit hard, straight away center field. Bernie Williams going to the warning track, and it's off the wall. Pemberton on his way to third. They'll hold him there. And Bragg has reached for the third straight time, this with a double. And the Yankee Stadium crowd not happy.
And Red Sox fan happy. One pitcher Yankee fans want to see come out of that bullpen is Mariano Rivera. He has been the best reliever in the American League, but they'll not see him in this situation. And the Yankee bullpen has really had problems in the last few nights. There is the only relief pitcher in the American League with more than 100 innings pitched. Big part of this ball club.
Joe Torre to make the change. His team trailing by 3. We'll be back in a moment. They get a look at Manhattan on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. They're talking about weather problems coming in here a little bit later on tonight, which could affect a doubleheader schedule between these two teams tomorrow. And the aerial coverage of today's game is from the new Miller Eagle. The Eagle airplane is an innovative new way for providing aerial coverage on sporting events that Miller Brewing is testing out. There you get a good look.
Nice view today over Manhattan. Beautiful day today, but as you mentioned, Tom, the Cincinnati game already either in a rain delay or rained out. It has been rained out. That weather moving this way. The Red Sox and Yankees scheduled to play a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. 2 o'clock afternoon start, and then 8 o'clock the national cable TV start. A mystery, as you mentioned, for Ricky Bonas. A couple of years ago, an all-star pitcher. This pitcher at one time was traded for Gary Sheffield. From San Diego to Milwaukee. That's the kind of promise he had, and he had some good years with the Brewers. Cannot get the ball over the plate consistently.
And now he'll give way to the right-hander Dave Pavlis out of the Yankee bullpen.
Interesting story. Pavlis, a replacement player that was not readily accepted when he joined the ball club last year. Pitched in Taiwan for a few seasons, but he has done a good job, limited amount of appearances. An outstanding palm ball, changeup.
Born in Frankfurt, Germany, 33-year-old right-hander, and he comes in with runners at second and third, nobody out, and Jeff Fry looks at a strike on the outside corner. Well, at the end of today's game, Jim and I will be selecting the Chevrolet player of the game. It's a 7-4 Boston lead.
See what Joe Torre is doing, Tom. On the right side of the diamond, Soho and Tino Martinez in to cut off the run. Jeter will play deep.
0-1 to Fry. On the ground to short. The run will score. They get the out at first. Staying put at second is Bragg, and it's now an 8-4 Boston lead. And again, Bragg and Fry, as you talked about at the opening of the telecast, they've done everything to generate runs.
Yeah, and even this productive out, one of the most important statistics managers can have is who can drive in runners from third base with less than 2 out. With just a ground ball or a fly ball, and Fry did that.
Well, they're going to give Mo Vaughn with first base open, the intentional pass, and take their chances with Jose Canseco. It's become rather clear, Kitty, that, and it's not unlike a lot of teams, good teams that will be reaching the postseason, and the Yankees appear to be headed that way, that when they get the lead with Rivera, as you pointed out, Wetland the stopper, they're almost impossible to beat. But when they trail, it's not been a great come-from-behind team.
That's why when you look at what it takes to win a baseball game, you always say starting pitching is the most important thing. it won't guarantee that you will win. But if you don't have it, it'll guarantee you'll lose most of the time. And today's a good example. If your starter could get you to the 6th, and you have Rivera, Nelson, and John Wetland, then you can win the ball game. And it points up in 90s baseball how important those middle relievers are.
Well, you see Andy Pettit, 21-game winner this season. Odds-on favorite for the American League Cy Young Award. And at least for the time being, no work in the bullpen for John Wetland.
He's the captain of that bullpen crew down there. They call him Psycho, and there's a pretty good chance that even if the Yankees are trailing, you may see him for an inning or so. He's not worked in several days.
The 0-1 to Canseco, and he takes a little bit low. Jose.
Come on, Jose.
Knocked in 3 runs with a double to left center field back in the 5-run Boston 5th inning. And as we pointed out, now 81 RBIs for the season, in this just his 87th game. Pavlis a 1-1. On the ground, could be 2. They flip to second for 1. Relay throw, and it is a double play. So Pavlis comes in and gets the job done. We move to the bottom half of the 6th. And Boston leads by 4. Think that over for a little bit. Give you the answer shortly.
Boy, what a night he had. Roger Clemens, 10 years after his record-setting 20 strikeout performance, did it again the other night in Detroit. And he is due to pitch tomorrow night's game with just 3 days rest. Threw 151 pitches in that 20 strikeout performance. And don't be deceived by his record. He is having a good year, throwing the ball better than he has in some time.
As many know, Clemens a free agent at the end of the season as Soho starts things here in the 6th and fouls it out of play. Clemens, after that magical performance the other night, had to spend a great deal of time, as you might imagine, with the media after the game, and was unable to spend a lot of time with his teammates after the game. But one thing he did do was bring his catcher Bill Hasselman along for every interview that Clemens was asked to do following the game. He wanted Hasselman there with him to be part of it as well. The next day, when the Red Sox returned to Tiger Stadium, as Soho has gone on strikes to begin the 6th, Clemens gathered the entire Boston team, the manager Kevin Kennedy, and the coaching staff. And in a very emotional display, he just stopped and wanted to thank everybody for being such a key role in the performance and in his turnaround this season. And Tim Johnson, the bench coach, told me he has never been around a guy as classy and as well liked, as well thought of and respected as Roger Clemens is in that Boston clubhouse. Said he'd never seen anything like that meeting before.
And that's beautiful. That's great to hear, especially with the Hasselman part, because a pitcher and a catcher are a team. And that's where the guys like Hasselman that don't put up big numbers really get the respect and are appreciated.
High drive. Raines might have his second home run of the game and done. Somebody forgot to tell Raines that it's not his birthday. It's Cecil's. And now an 8-5 Boston lead here in the 6th. Well, the Yankees not going to phone this one in by any means.
Second 2-homer game in a week for Tim Raines. I think all that rest he had early in the year, being sidelined with a hamstring injury, he's fresher and stronger in September. Never thought of him in his National League days coming up with the Expos as a base stealer that he had that kind of power.
Boggs chops one foul, and it's 1-2.
Getting back to your story on Roger Clemens, Tom, that's why the Red Sox, who are really in the middle of a hot streak right now, really point to that game. You say, well, can just a game where a guy strikes out 20 men get you started in the right direction? You're still 7 or 8 games back, but I think the meeting you referred to has really brought this ball club even closer together.
Ball is again fouling it away.
And they are committed, and they're in a perfect seat in terms of pressure. No one expects them to overtake the Yankees or to get a wild card spot because of that 6-19 start. So as much pressure as there is getting to the postseason, there's more on the Yankees than there is on the Red Sox. The expectations are higher, particularly about 100 or 150 feet to the left of us here.
And that, of course, is where the box is of the ever-present New York Yankee owner George Steinbrenner. He was here a little earlier, and now he's ducked out for a while as it's hit off the end of the bat foul.
Well, when you spend $63 million or thereabouts, wow, to give your general manager and manager talent to win, the expectations are there. George is probably in his office right now watching the ball game, but he has been present the last week. Early in the year, very, very quiet, and the ball club, and you could understand that. The ball club was playing well, but he is, as much as being the owner of this team, a big fan. And he came in, gave Joe Torre a vote of confidence, and walking around, patting the players on the back, acting really as their #1 cheerleader. But you know, back behind those doors, he's a little concerned about that relief corps.
Well, George, if you're back in there somewhere, come on out. Put you on TV as ball swings and misses. And that's out number 2 here in the Yankees 6th. Next week on Fox Saturday Baseball, we'll see the Yankees and the Red Sox, plus other key pennant race matchups, including, of course, the Dodgers and the Padres. All begins at 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central, or 3:30 Eastern, 12:30 Pacific. Check local listings for the game and time in your area. And that one will sneak through into right field. A base hit by O'Neill. Good day for O'Neill. His 3rd hit. He's been on 4 times today.
Yeah, batting practice is overrated. You know, teams come out, put the batting cage, a hit for an hour every day. Well, the Yankees have had some long nights, so they had no hitting today. They came out about 11:30, suited up. Hum, baby, let's go get them. They got 5 runs and 10 hits. O'Neill with 2 of them.
An 8-5 Boston lead. Here's Cecil. High fly ball. Deep left field. At the wall. Greenwell. Goodbye. Daddy can run for mayor right about now. 8-7 Boston leads after the bomb from Fielder. Whispered in the ear of Cecil and said, "Hey, pal, you're celebrating a birthday."
And Cecil on his 33rd birthday said, "Hey, little man, I'll show you how far I can hit one."
We'll be back to the Bronx as Cecil has brought the Yanks within a run.
We've got some ball game here at the stadium, a 1-run affair now with the Red Sox still on top. And as you might expect it, the hitters are in control. And a look at the powerful swing of Cecil Fielder, the first hit he's ever gotten off Pat Mahomes. And he knew it was gone. So did Pat Mahomes. And obviously you'd like to have a Cecil Fielder souvenir, but sometimes you pay a steep price for it. Over the wall. But he got it.
Yeah. I mean, the other guy dropped it. So that fan paying the price and getting the Fielder home run. Left-hander Vaughn Eshelman now enters the game. Red Sox 8, Yankees 7. And here's Tino Martinez. Little high ball 1.
Vaughn Eshelman, a Rule 5 player. That's a player that's been in the minor leagues for a while. He's exposed to a waiver list. He's with Baltimore. The Red Sox picked him up. And he has done particularly well against the Yankees last year as a starter. Beat them a couple of times.
Eshelman trying to get the final out here in this Yankees 6th inning. Going back to the top of the 4th. Boston has scored 8 times. The Yankees have scored 6 times. And there has not been a scoreless half inning since the bottom half of the 4th inning. And that's a little bit high. Ball 4 to Martinez. Same thing the left-hander Gunderson did to Paul O'Neill.
And what makes this a little more alarming for Kevin Kennedy is that Bernie Williams, as a switch hitter, we pointed this out earlier in the telecast, is a much more powerful hitter as a right-hand batter. Nobody warming up as of yet in that Boston bullpen. Kevin Kennedy might be saying, I like slip Mike Maddox back out there. I'm going to have to use some of these guys twice.
Williams, 16 of his 28 home runs have come as a left-handed batter. He looks at a strike. Or as a right-handed batter, I'm sorry, 12 of the 28 from the left side. What a game here in the Bronx. 8 runs, 10 hits for Boston, 7 and 11 for the Yanks, make it 7 and 12 as Williams singles to center field. What a game here today.
Well, they put the designated hitter in this league 23 years ago because fans wanted more offense. They got tired of those 2-1 games. Well, if you're watching this one, you must love it because it is a hitter's day. Canseco has 3 RBIs. That looked like it made the lead pretty comfortable for Boston, but Bernie Williams and the Yankees have answered it back. And again, the Yankees have a man in the batter's box that is their ideal hitter in this 2-out situation, Derek Jeter. He will be the American League Rookie of the Year. And check the MVP votes. He won't win it. He'll get strong consideration. No one has played more innings at shortstop than Derek Jeter, not even Cal Ripken Jr.
Jeter 2 of 3 at a 2-run double off the body of Jeff Manto back in the 5th inning. Eshelman deals a breaking ball in the inside corner, a called strike to Jeter. Only 22 years old. What a future for Jeter and young Alex Rodriguez in Seattle. Took a big cut, came up empty, 0-2.
Getting a little busier up there as the Yankees have drawn with win 1. That's the owner's box here at Yankee Stadium.
Still no George Steinbrenner. Saw him a bit earlier today. And the Bronx rocking here at Yankee Stadium. 2 on, 2 out, 0-2 pitch. And the fastball misses high. It was 1-1 through 4. Red Sox got 5 in the 5th. Yankees 3 in the bottom of the inning. Boston 2 runs in the top of the 6th. The Yankees 3 and still batting here in the last of the 6th. Runners at first and second. 1-2 pitch. High and tight.
See that quick shot of high-tech baseball. Managers have all the information they want. It's like using computers and all sorts of things. The information is there. It's picking out the right stuff. So far today, those phone calls haven't worked.
Jeter awaiting the 2-2. Ball 3 as the breaking pitch misses low and in. And the crowd will come alive before this 3-2 pitch. Jeter a chance to tie the game with a base hit or give him a lead with an extra base hit. They're loaded. I know many people watching the game today live here in the greater New York metropolitan area, and a lot of Boston fans have made the trip here. But if you have never come to a game at Yankee Stadium, oh, do you owe yourself a treat. This place is absolutely absolutely electrifying in the month of September when the Yanks have things going their way.
And the recent Baltimore series, many saying Wednesday night's game was the most exciting game they have been to in a long time. A 3-2 Yankee win, and it has been 20 years since they have had a meaningful September series here in Yankee Stadium. Ironically, that was that matchup between the Yankees and the Red Sox when the Yankees overtook Boston. Red Sox trying to turn the table on them today.
And they start them young. So the base is loaded for Joe Girardi. And that is a foul ball. Girardi, the 9th man to bat in what has been a 3-run Yankee sixth.
Not particularly productive with the bases loaded.
Martinez, Williams, Jeter, the runners at third, second, and first, respectively. 2 out. And the 0-1 on the ground. Garciaparra looked at second, throws the first, and still has enough on it to retire Girardi to end the inning. So the Yankees leave them loaded. They stranded 10 in the game. And Boston hanging on. But Cecil has drawn them within a run. Back after this word from your local station.
Fox, home of Super Bowl 31.
Near disaster on that final out of the inning a moment ago by Garciaparra.
Yeah, a little indecision there on the Red Sox part, primarily because no one was at second base. You can see Jeff Fry just coming into your picture at second. As a result, Garciaparra had to go to first.
And there's a drive in a deep right field. O'Neill watches it bounce off the wall and carry him towards the infield. Greenwell will stop with a leadoff double here in the 7th inning. So the hits keep on coming against both bullpens.
Boy, a Rick Dees kind of day, huh? And Joe Torre said before the game, I said, will you use Mariano Rivera? He has used him quite a bit lately. He said, I don't think so, but you never know if a situation comes up. You know he would love to get him up. But being 1 run down, that helps the Red Sox keep Rivera on the bench. They're focusing in a lot on Mariano Rivera as Jeff Nelson warms up. And for a lot of you fans that haven't followed the Yankees all year, he is perhaps their most valuable pitcher and will also get consideration for most valuable player. They would not be in first place without him as Nelson readies.
Well, they knew they were getting a good one in Nelson in that trade from Seattle. But maybe they didn't figure it'd be this good. 8-7 game. Boston leads. Greenwell has started the 7th with a double. Garciaparra lays down a beautiful bunt. And the throw to Martinez, who tags him out. But getting the sacrifice down to third is Garciaparra as Greenwell advances.
You have talked about Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter, Tom, and Alex Gonzalez at Toronto. The American League blessed with some great young shortstops. And look at that bunt. That ball almost hit him. And he deadened it. Pavlis' only play to first base. That advances the runner. Garciaparra has done about all you can do today. A triple, RBI single, made some nice plays in the field, stolen a base, now a sacrifice.
Congratulated by his teammates in the Boston dugout over on the third base side. So now the Yankee infield draws in as Jeff Mano will be the batter. Mano has walked, bounced to short, struck out swinging, ending the 5th inning. And now here comes Joe Torre.
And that'll be the signal for Jeff Nelson, I'm sure. Tom, you mentioned he's been a great acquisition. He actually pitched rather sporadically early in the year, but the last 3 weeks he has been more like the relief pitcher the Yankees thought they were getting from the Seattle Mariners.
No, Torrey's still standing on the mound, and now home plate umpire Jim Evans will walk out and ask Torrey to make a decision one way or the other.
Right, when you look at a team like the Red Sox riding a winning streak and you wonder how they're doing it, you're getting a little look. Every time the Yankees score, they get close. Kevin Kennedy's team responds and puts themselves in a position to add to that lead.
So Nelson will be summoned from the bullpen as Pavlis will leave. We'll take a break. Back with more Yankee Stadium in a moment.
Hey, you're a guy.
I mean, this is a tough pitch to bunt. He slides the hands down the bat handle, and if he doesn't bunt that ball, it hits him. I mean, that's not the technique you would teach in terms of the barrel of the bat. That baby was falling down to the ground, but nice reaction and touch by Garciaparra.
Are you surprised that they asked Garciaparra to advance a runner with a sacrifice?
Not necessarily. I think right now you're getting toward the seventh inning. Kevin Kennedy would like to tack on one more run. He will use Heathcliff Slocum for more than one inning, and we may see him do it today.
Well, our men in trivia questioned about the only player who hit for the cycle in both the American and National Leagues, and the answer is he's here right here at Yankee Stadium today. General manager of the Yanks, Bob Watson, did it with Houston in 1977 and wearing a Boston uniform in 1979.
The Bull.
He could hit.
Of course, he is in attendance also and has been in a bit of a firestorm here. He has made some comments that if the Yankees don't go ahead and finish it off and get into postseason play, that he certainly deserves to be relieved of his duties. New York press had a field day with that. What he was trying to do is take on the responsibility for himself and manager Joe Torre in directing this ball club.
So Nelson on out of the New York bullpen, and he'll be facing a pinch hitter. Taking over for Jeff Manto is Troy O'Leary, and you see the numbers on Nelson.
High earned run average, just a couple of saves. That's more games appeared in than any Yankee relief pitcher. More than a strikeout an inning.
Well, he needs a strikeout here. O'Leary, 78 runs batted in, infield in, and it's strike one that paints the inside corner. O'Leary a .262 batting average. And as a pinch hitter this season, 2 hits in 10 at bats with a couple of runs batted in. A ball, a strike.
Another one of those Red Sox left-hand bats. Reggie Jefferson still left on that bench.
Well, what a year he's had.
Riding a 19-game hitting streak.
Runner at third, only one out, 1-1. And it's fouled away. Got jammed with that pitch into the third base seats. O'Leary took away a home run off the bat of Derek Jeter in last night's game, going up over top of the right field wall and bringing him back. Crowd will get revved up again as they're anticipating Nelson coming through with a strikeout. 1-2 pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. How do you go after O'Leary here?
Jeff Nelson pretty well pitches one way. He's got that 3/4 to sidearm delivery with a moving fastball and what players will call a backdoor curve. He'll try to break that curveball over the outside corner.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Runner at third, and it's fouled back out of play.
See, Girardi set up outside, and that's where Nelson was trying to throw it. O'Leary stays alive.
Again, the break-even pitch. And a fastball is high, 3-2 to O'Leary.
I would think with Hasselman on deck, and I don't think they'll pinch hit for him because they're thin on catchers. With a right-hand hitter, Girardi and Nelson will make O'Leary chase something.
Just off the inside corner and a little bit high, so O'Leary takes a pinch hit walk.
Joe Torre.
Hasselman will indeed bat. Pardon me, Jimmy.
Joe Torre not happy with that call, but that's been consistent with Jim Evans, the home plate umpire, the entire game. He has not been too liberal with the pitch above the belt, but his plate has been wide enough for the pitchers.
Yeah, it's been wide enough for just about every pitcher to get banged around here today. Teams have combined for 15 runs on 23 hits. There's only been one error. So now Nelson looking for the double play ball. But Hasselman 2 of 3, homer to left field in the 6th. Strike one. Hasselman giving them Mike Stanley-like production here today. And very good numbers since Stanley went down for the season.
You're right. Doesn't work.
No.
Maybe once a decade.
Yeah. Well, I've been at it now 11 years, and I haven't seen it. You've been at it a lot longer than I have. I haven't seen it work yet. Oh, on TV maybe, but never in person. 0-1 pitch, and it sweeps away from Hasselman, evening the count at a ball, a strike.
Mentioned Jack McDowell pulled it off here last year. That was the first time I'd ever seen that fake to third and throw to first play work. Desperate people seek desperate solutions, right?
Mm-hmm. Runners on the corners, one out, and Hasselman cues it foul and out of play. Crowd of better than 55,000 on hand at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Alongside Jim Cott, great to be with you today, Kitty. I'm Tom Brenneman, and we've had quite a ball game. 8-7 with the Yankees trailing Boston here in the top half of the 7th inning. Nelson on in relief. The 4th pitcher used by Joe Torre today. Greenwell at third, O'Leary at first, and the 1-2 pitch to Hasselman misses low and away.
And a typical Red Sox Yankee game in terms of the spirit around this ball game. The pitching is usually a little bit better coming out of the Yankee bullpen.
Well, Nelson trying to get the job done here in the 7th. Runners at first and third, and the 2-2 misses again. Now 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, Boston 3 back of Baltimore in the wild card race. Chicago is trailing in the 8th inning, 4-3 to Minnesota. So Boston has a chance to sneak into a 3rd place tie in the wild card race. 3-2, runner goes, and it's chopped foul wide of third.
And the Yankees with a 4-game lead over the Baltimore Orioles for the title in the American League East. And again, for those not aware, the Red Sox and the Yankees after this game have 6 more games left. 2 tomorrow and then 4 in Fenway Park next weekend.
And we'll be there next Saturday afternoon right here on Fox. 3-2, and there's that bluff again. And I'm not so sure that that little 4-year-old sitting down near the Yankee dugout would even get caught at first. 3-2, runner goes. And it's lined into right center field, a base hit. Greenwell will score. O'Leary on his way to third. They're going to wave him around. And here he comes, and no throw from Jeter. A 2-run double by Hasselman, who's knocked in 3 in the game. And it's 10-7 Boston.
As Joe Torre looks on, Tom, one of those subtle little things in baseball. You mentioned it. The runner has left, and Luis Sojo bluffs towards second base. That allows Hasselman's ball to go into right center field. It all ties into Jeff Nelson going to the full count. And the Red Sox on their toes know they have that 3-run lead back again.
Hasselman, a pair of doubles, a solo home run, and 3 RBIs. Pemberton puts a charge into one, and Raines will not get there. It's off the wall. Hasselman scores. Pemberton a run-scoring double. 11-7 Boston. Can any any of the pitchers from either team get anybody out here today?
We're going to find out as we still have 2 2/3 innings to go. What a day by Bill Hasselman, and as beleaguered a look as I've seen on Joe Torre's face all year. He has really seen his bullpen fall apart. Of course, that all ties into your starting pitcher not taking the game to the 6th inning. That has not happened very often with Jimmy Key on the mound, but those Red Sox hitters made it happen today.
Well, we're going to see our 5th Yankee pitcher. And bear in mind, we're just in the 7th inning. Well, the Yankees have been charging back all day, but right now Boston doing the celebrating with a 4-run lead, 11-7. Now,
it's a grudge match right here you don't want to miss. I mean, from 1-1 after 4, and now 11-7, and still only 1 out in the 7th. You brought up a point about comparing the 2 leagues.
Well, you know, Jimmy, I generally see the National League, and this season with Fox getting over to see the American League. And I have the question for you. Are the hitters this good in the American League? Or is the pitching that far superior in the National League than it is in the American League? Because in the games I've seen, they can't get anybody out.
I think, again, Tom, like when we talk about the high number of home runs, you can't just put your finger on one item. It's a combination. And the American League hitting is the same thing. Yes, hitters are bigger and stronger. They work harder at what they're doing. I mean, you see guys, little guys hitting home runs. But I also think in the American League, you have deeper bottom thirds of the batting order because of the designated hitter. I think in the National League, from a pitcher's standpoint, the parks are bigger, and the strike zone, at least it's been in my experience, is a little more pitcher friendly. And one thing we're seeing with all the strong hitters in the American League, because we're seeing it today, the pitchers are pitching like they want to make the hitter miss the ball. They won't challenge him and try to make him put the ball in play with quality pitches.
Well, Dale Pauly now on in relief, and he's facing center fielder Darren Bragg. And the fastball misses upstairs.
And real quickly, I know some fans are saying, well, hey, they are making him hit it. They got 25 hits on the board, but the Jeff Nelson sequence to Hasselman's a good example. 1 and 2, and then he kept trying to make him miss. The count goes to 3 and 2, run around the goal, and the ball hit in the hole for a base hit.
That's a great point. 1-0 delivery. And a breaking ball down and away.
What a day for Bill Hasselman. Didn't expect to see much duty at all with the Boston Red Sox. Mike Stanley, the regular catcher, out with a herniated disc. 33-year-old veteran.
Pemberton at second base with 1 out. 11-7 Boston leading in the 2-0 to Darren Bragg. Here it comes. In there a strike.
Dale Pauly, like Dave Pavlis, the right-hand pitcher for the Yankees who had been in earlier, is a, quote, replacement player. Those not familiar with that term, when baseball went on strike, owners brought in replacement players like this. Dale Pauly had been in the Atlanta organization several years, been released.
On the ground, diving play made at second base, and the throw in time. So Soho, for the time being anyway, saves a run and may have injured the left wrist or the left hand on the play.
Oh boy, that happens so often to infielders and outfielders. That wrist bone, you can see Luis clenching the wrist. Another look at it as he dives to take a base hit away from Derek Bragg, but he right there, as the glove hand hits the ground, that wrist kind of doubled up underneath it. Was able to get to his feet, full out, get a hold of the baseball and make the throw. And just gets Bragg by a stride.
Boy, that's a nice play.
Great acquisition for the Yankees late in the year, filling in today for Mariano Duncan. Yeah, and any out today is a terrific play because they've been hard to come by. Gene Monahan, the veteran Yankee trainer, out to check that wrist.
Now Duncan looking over the scene.
Probably see him before the day is over. He has the highest batting average in his home ballpark of any player in the American League.
Well, now there's a guy getting back to winning players. It seems every year you look up, Mariano Duncan might be with a different team, but he has a great hand in helping his team reach the postseason. I really like watching him play.
Part of the championship team in Cincinnati in 1990 under Lou Piniella, and then went to the World Series with the Phillies a couple of years ago.
And here he is in the division leaders seat with the Yankees.
And no surprise, an infielder in the major leagues from the Dominican Republic.
Yep. So runner at third, 2 men out, 11-7 Boston in front. Soho is okay. And the batter, Jeff Fry. And Polly delivers. A little high, ball one. Fry is 1 of 4, but has knocked in a pair of runs and scored a run. A ball, a strike.
Sometimes you check box scores and you look at pitchers and say, yeah, big deal. You know, a guy pitched 1 inning and got 3 outs. How would these managers today like to have a pitcher that would just go out and have a 1, 2, 3 inning? How valuable would that be for Kevin Kennedy and Joe Torre?
And there's a strike. Well, a pitcher for the Yankees who can come in and do that right about now would be as popular as perhaps a governor that can balance this state's budget.
Yeah. Could.
That ain't easy.
I don't know which job's tougher.
1 and 2 on Fry. Pemberton at third with 2 out. In the air, right center field. Williams is there, and the inning is over. But 3 more Boston runs off the Yankee bullpen. And we go to the last of the 7th. Here come the Yanks again. 11-7 game. Fun as we head for the last half of the 7th inning at sold-out Yankee Stadium. Well, Roger Maris warming up October 1st, 1961 in pursuit of Babe Ruth's home run record. With Tracy Stollard of Boston on the mound in the 4th inning. Maris, the home run to set the record to the crowd's delight. And, of course, the ever-humble Maris virtually forced into a curtain call by his teammates, celebrating the 35th anniversary of that season. So many great moments here at Yankee Stadium. And there's a base hit into left field by Mariano Duncan. You said we'd see him, Kitty, and he wasn't up there very long before he has another base hit on his home turf.
Well, you followed that National League, Tom, for years, and that's a big difference. And you see a hitter like Duncan and Girardi, National League hitters, they hack early in the count. And Mariano Duncan has compiled that high batting average this year, doing exactly that. Thinking back to that Maris highlight, I think that's one of the few times Frank Crosetti, the longtime third base coach, really shook hands with a hitter that hit a home run. He just used to kind of wave him by.
Here's Tim Raines, who turns around about right-handed for the first time today. Numerous defensive changes for Boston. Tony Rodriguez has now come on to play third base in place of Jeff Manto. In left field, Troy O'Leary stays in. Lee Tinsley moves into center as it goes to 2-0 on Raines. And moving from center to right is Darren Bragg.
The usual alignment for Kevin Kennedy when he has the lead late, taking Mike Greenwell out.
Well, Vaughn Eshelman came on and really struggled in the 6th. Walked 2 batters, allowed a base hit. And that one fouled down the right field line. And now a single he serves up to Duncan to open the bottom of the 7th. Raines is homered twice in the game, but both came from the left side of the plate.
You get the idea that this could be one of those Toronto-Philadelphia World Series games of 1993, about 16-15 or something like that. And I think Kevin Kennedy, that's the reason he's pacing. He's not too sure that 4-run lead is safe.
2-1 to Raines. And he takes down low, 3 balls and a strike. Of Raines' 8 home runs this season, all 8 have come as a left-handed batter. And hitting roughly 14 points higher from the left side of the plate as well. 3-1. And there's ball 4. So here we go again. Well, Raines came to bat in the 5th inning against Mike Maddox, trailing 6-1. And bang, there's home run number 7. And as Kitty pointed out, for the second time in a week, the last time on his birthday, Raines in the 6th drilled this one on Pat Mahomes to right. Second home run of the game, 8th of the year.
4 home runs in the game for the Yankees ties a season high. We don't often talk about the effect of a crowd at a baseball game. You know, in basketball and football, it takes the crowd out of the game. And you referred to it earlier. There's no place that rocks and gets emotional behind its ball club. Take nothing away from other fans, but the noise in here is special. And I think that's what's disturbing right now, that Kevin Kennedy, just a couple of base runners, gets this crowd back into the game. And makes it a little more difficult for the Red Sox pitcher to concentrate.
Quiet day for Wade Boggs. Didn't like the first pitch strike right there. And Joe Torre and Don Zimmer are livid.
Yeah, Jim Evans has been hearing it all day. And that one really looked. Well, Jim Evans has sunglasses on. Maybe the glare, it's a little tough to see the ball. That one really looked down and away.
Boggs 0 for 4, reached on an error and scored in the 5th. 1-1. Here's another look at the pitch a moment ago.
Yeah, this is what got the reaction from Boggs. Yeah, I'd say so. When a catcher catches is like that outside, boy, you don't get too many called strikes on those.
Boggs fouls it away. It's now 1-2 on the Yankee third baseman. Duncan, the runner at second. Tim Raines at first. Nobody out. And the Yankees down 4. Count even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two offering. And again, it's fouled away. Eshelman has faced 6 batters since coming out of the Boston bullpen and retired only 1. He's walked 3 and allowed 2 hits. In a moment, we'll bring you up to date on that Chicago-Minnesota game. 2-2. Whoa, now there's one that Eshelman may have wanted.
Yeah, this is the reaction to the low pitch that was called a strike.
3-2, ball 4. And Eshelman can't find the plate with a compass. Well, for those of you wondering about the White Sox Twins outcome, let's go to Hollywood and Chip Carey.
And Tommy, this one's in the books, and Minnesota had lost 7 of 8 ball games coming in today. They win today 4-3. The White Sox now 2.5 games out of the wild card behind Baltimore. Back to you in the Bronx.
Well, the updated story in the American League wildcard chase, the White Sox loss cost them a chance with a win to move into a tie. They have a 4-run lead, but that certainly is very much in doubt. Yankees, a bases loaded, nobody out. And here's Paul O'Neill. Strike 1. O'Neill, a perfect day, 3 for 3, 2 singles, a solo home run, and has drawn a walk. Oh, and 2. He took a big cut, came up empty. Showed you the differential earlier. O'Neill against the left-handers as opposed to the right-handers. He got a walk from the lefty Gunderson back in the 5th. It remains 0-2 as O'Neill fouls it away. O'Neill now. And Big Daddy in a minute. Cecil Fielder.
And I don't think he'll get a chance to face Vaughn Eshelman.
Right-hander Mark Brandenburg warming up in the bullpen. 0-2 to O'Neill. And he gets away from Hasselman, but not far enough for any of the runners to advance. So a ball and 2 strikes.
You mentioned earlier Tom Paul O'Neill's Cincinnati days, traded for Roberto Kelly. There's Mark Brandenburg, the side wheeler, side armor, getting ready. I had said at that time, coaching in Cincinnati, seeing him in 1985, sweetest swing I'd seen since Ted Williams. Wow.
2-2.
It has changed a little. It's gotten a little longer, but he was a pure-looking hitter from the time he came up.
Very fiery relationship in those days. O'Neill a few years later with Lou Piniella.
It's still going on.
I know it is.
When the Yankees play the Mariners.
2-2 with the bases jammed, and O'Neill goes down swinging for the first down here in the 7th. Well, as Jim Cott pointed out, Cecil Fielder will not see the left-hander Vaughn Eshelman. It'll be the right-hander Brandenburg. So Fielder, with the Yankees down by 4, comes to bat when we return with the bases jammed.
Red Sox lead it 11-7 with 1 out. Paul O'Neill striking out with the bases loaded. An uncharacteristic swing by Paul O'Neill in pulling off the ball. Just note the front shoulder right here that will pull that way. Seldom see Paul O'Neill pull off the ball like he did right there. And of course, that is the temptation when the bases are loaded and you're trying to hit a home run to win the ball game or tie the ball game. And there's the reaction of Don Zimmer and Joe Torre.
And rare that O'Neill, who has a temper as fiery as anybody in baseball, did not go back as we've seen before and either hang up a water cooler.
He's curbed that a bit. He had some problems early in the year. He's disappointed with that last swing.
Well, Cecil Fielder, the last time he came to the plate was in the Yankees' 6th inning with O'Neill aboard. And you guessed it, Cecil's 38th home run of the season. And now he'll be facing the new Boston hurler, right-hander Mark Brandenburg.
His 38th on his 33rd birthday.
What do we look for from Brandenburg?
Well, you're going to see, you've seen Kent Tekulve pitch, not quite that low, but you'll see a side wheeler. Cecil's faced him once and doesn't have a hit.
Bases loaded. Yankees down by 4 with 1 out. And the sidewinder does indeed miss low and in. 1-0 to Cecil Fielder. The home run, the only hit for Cecil, and 4 times to the plate. Duncan at third, Raines at second, Boggs at first. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Brandenburg had best be careful with this next pitch. Well,
and he was.
Yeah, he was.
He threw a 2-0 breaking ball, and Cecil doesn't even have to look to third base for the sign. If it's where he likes it, he's swinging.
3 balls and no strikes with the bases loaded and 1 out. On the outside corner, a fastball, 3-1. Now the Fielder. Cecil looking for what would be his 11th career Grand Slam home run. He started. Did he go? Yes. Says Larry McCoy. And look at Joe Torre and Don Zimmer.
Boy, neither team has been happy with the umpiring so far in this series. Last night with Chuck Merriweather behind the plate. And there's a look at what Larry McCoy sees. Did he intend to swing or intend to hold up? And Cecil starts to throw the bat down, and no, McCoy said, yeah, you intended to swing and couldn't hold up.
Bases loaded, 1 out, 3-2 pitch. And a little number off the end of the bat. It'll bring in a run, but Fielder is out at first base. Duncan comes to the plate, making it 11-8, but there are 2 away in the inning.
Well, a real good comeback by Mark Brandenburg after 3-0, but Cecil's still very upset with the call on the check swing by Larry McCoy.
Tino Martinez is 0 for 2. He has walked twice and scored a run. Brandenburg out of the regular windup with 2 out and deals a strike.
How many did you use last week? 7, Kevin Kennedy. What are we up to now with Brandenburg? We must be about that half dozen mark. Or
well, 5, and we're still rolling along.
It'll get to 7 before it's over.
0-1 pitch, and Martinez able to just get a piece. So Brandenburg,
well, that's been his strength. You see him come in with that side wheeling motion, but and not overpowering, but that has been his strength for Kevin Kennedy, the ability to throw strikes and make the hitter put the ball in play.
Yankees had them loaded with nobody out. They have 1 run in, runners at second and third, and 2 out. And this one down the right field line into the corner. 2 runs will score. And the Yankees are back to within a run. Oh, man.
Watching to see if it's fair. And on a 2-strike pitch, seems like that's happened a lot today. The pitcher just cannot put the hitter away. And Martinez with that RBI single brings the Yankees within 1 again.
Now the batter, Bernie Williams. And he looks at a strike. 11 runs, 13 hits and an error for Boston. 10 runs, 14 hits and no errors for New York. And we're only in the bottom of the 7th. I don't know about all the doomsayers of the world, but come hang out here for a week and tell me that baseball is not alive and well.
Well, it is much as when you follow a lot of baseball, occasionally you like to see that nice 3-2 game, but you love these.
1-1 to Bernie Williams. And there's a fastball strike. Williams struck out in the 2nd inning, has since singled, walked, and singled again. This is the 1404th meeting between the Yankees and the Red Sox. And there have been many like this one. 11-10 Boston in the 7th. It remains 1-2 to Williams, who fouls it off.
That 1-2 is significant. We've talked in recent years, how can you change the game of baseball? Make it better. You know, they're always tinkering with it. Well, if you don't want quite as much offense, maybe the only answer is 2 strikes, you're out. If that was true today, things might be. It's been those 2-strike hits that seem to have done most of the damage.
1-2 to Bernie Williams. Bouncing ball fair down the left field line. Martinez on his way to third. They're going to wave him and now hold him at third. And a double for Williams. Looked like O'Leary had a few problems in the corner.
Squibbed down the left field line with the Red Sox playing him off the line, rightly so. And here's the corner with the fans reaching in, the ball hopping around, and O'Leary gets to it quickly enough to force Willie Randolph to hold Tino Martinez at third base. And guess who's coming up again with a couple of key runners in scoring position?
Derek Jeter. He singled in the 2nd. Had a couple on, bounced into a double play in the 4th. Knocked in a couple of runs with a double in the 5th. Walked in the 6th. And a chance to tie the game or give his team the lead. And it's in there a strike. And bear in mind, the Yankees have not led since 1-0 all the way back in the 3rd inning. Tino Martinez at third, Bernie Williams at 2nd. And the breaking ball misses way outside, a ball a strike. Why fool around with Jeter? with a base open and Girardi, not nearly the hitter, waiting on deck.
Well, of course, Joe Torre does have a couple of weapons on that bench, and there's no left-hander warming up in the Boston bullpen right now. You have Darryl Strawberry, Mike Aldrete, a couple of veterans that he could use.
That's a tough pitch right there for Brandon Berg not to get. 2-1.
And Derek Jeter's looking for a sign. I would be surprised if he hits 3-0. You know, usually a young hitter. Oh, check that. It's 2-1. Thought it'd gone to 3-0.
Jeter waits. Now, hitters count here at 3 balls and 1 strike.
Most of them have been, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
Kevin Kennedy's talked about it before the game, but he did go to his bullpen early. He said, middle relief, we're vulnerable. And they have been. Both teams have been.
3 balls and a strike. Ground ball in the hole. Garcia will have to hurry. Throws on the money, and the inning is over. But the Yankees get 3 more in the bottom of the 7th inning. They just can't get over the hump. We go to the 8th. It's 11-10 Red Sox. Well, alongside Jim Cott, our entire Fox crew, Tom Brenneman back at Yankee Stadium. We figured on a duel in this rivalry between the Red Sox and the Yankees, and both teams clearly a little pennant fever here today.
Tom, first of all, thanks for letting me sit in with you and fill in for your regular partner, Bob Brenly. I have a feeling he'd be putting down some different fingers today, trying to figure out something to get some outs. But it has been the story, particularly of the Red Sox, and just lately the Yankees, that vulnerable middle relief area that seems to be a problem with most American League teams. No different today.
11 runs, 13 hits for Boston, 10 runs and 15 hits for the Yankees. So here's Mo Vaughn to begin the Red Sox 8th, and he may have been hit for a second time. Yep, sure was.
Now there's a reason he's got that guard on his arm. He hangs those hands over the plate like they're almost in the strike zone right there. And it catches the back of his left elbow. That ball's really only a few inches inside. And I think that may have been Dale Polly's only man he was supposed to face in this inning. He's done a reasonably good job of getting out left-hand hitters, but now he hits Mo Vaughn.
Well, Polly has been overwhelmingly the most effective pitcher that we have seen in this game today, based solely upon the fact that he is the only pitcher today that has not been scored upon. That doesn't seem to matter much.
We're going to resod that infield between the dugout and the mound by tomorrow for both managers. It's David Weathers, former Florida Marlin, who was acquired in a trade from Mark Hutton, pitched in last night's ball game, and he'll get another opportunity.
It's not been easy for Weathers since coming over in that deal. Well, when the day started, Boston 3 behind Baltimore in the wild card race. Seattle a half game back. Chicago 2 back. The White Sox, in case you missed it, have lost already today, falling to Minnesota 4-3.
I mean, that's team picture on the mound there, and if you wondered why Jim Evans, the crew chief, didn't come out to the mound, I think they've had enough arguments from the bench, Joe Torre, and it's if Joe was waiting for Evans to come out to the mound. Well, he still hasn't made a call. Now Evans is coming out. So Joe getting all the time he needs for his relief pitcher to get ready.
Well, this is bordering on ridiculous now, as we now officially get the signal that Joe Torre is going to make a pitching change and bring in the right-hander David Weathers. Well, we'll do as we've done already so many times before today. We'll take a commercial break on the pitching change. 11-10 in the Bronx. Out. Rather, the second base umpire, Dale Ford. Of course, Evans and Joe Torre have had their problems all day today.
Yeah, this started early in the game. No one seemed to be happy with the strike zone. This was a pitch on Wade Boggs that Joe Torre was unhappy with. And as a result of that conting, yeah, it was low. Joe said that ball was low. We showed it. It was low. Evans did miss that one, but as a result of that, when managers go to the mound, sometimes they wait for the home plate umpire to come out there so they can have their say. Evans wasn't about to go out, which gave Joe Torre more time to get his pitcher ready.
Well, again, we remind you tomorrow on Fox NFL Sunday, the whole crew, Terry, Howie, JB, and Ronnie Lott, talk about Troy Aikman and some of the difficulty he is facing this season. And there you see the lineup of games highlighted by the NFC West battle between the 49ers and Panthers. And then later in the day, what many believed early in the season, and it could turn out to be, a preview of the Super Bowl, Dallas and Buffalo from Rich Stadium. Well, here we go. Weathers on to face Jose Canseco, and Jose taking a hack, fouls it away 0-1. For those unfamiliar with Weathers, what's he feature?
Sinker slider, came over from the Florida Marlins. As we mentioned in the Mark Hutton trade, Weathers' strength is keeping the ball down and getting ground ball outs.
A ball, a strike to Canseco. Jose 1 of 4, but the one a big one. A 3-run double into left center field back in the 5th inning. See some of the other scores from around baseball today and what will be the final week of the season officially starting tomorrow. And who knows what teams will be matched up when the postseason starts 2 days later.
Is as confusing as it is this week, and might be even more so next weekend. The Dodgers and the Padres will play again. The Red Sox and Yankees.
Unfortunately, Seattle and the Rangers are finished for the year. Fouled back out of play, and it's 2-2. And then the one piece of business that few have remembered, Seattle still has a makeup game if necessary against Cleveland. That should the Mariners finish in a half game out of the wild card, half game out of a division lead, they would have to go to Cleveland to see if they then advance on, maybe do a playoff or the wild card or division championship, and Canseco out of there swinging.
Canseco shaking his head, can't believe he missed it. Mentioned David Weathers, sinker slider pitcher. You don't think of him as a strikeout pitcher, but Canseco swings over that one. Now, that game you referred to would take place on Monday after the regular season completed.
1 out, 1 on. Boston an 11-10 lead, and we're in the top of the 8th inning. Lee Tinsley bats for the first time, and he's down a strike.
The shot of that jacketed Yankee in the dugout, for those who wonder who that is, that was Andy Pettitte, leading candidate for the Cy Young Award. And he has been a pitcher that has really pitched well after Yankee losses. May get that chance tomorrow.
On the ground, through the hole into right field. Vaughn is making a turn, and he's coming to third. Here comes O'Neill's throw. It's cut off. So Vaughn slides in safely on the base hit by Lee Tinsley.
Martinez holding Vaughn on at first base, and with a headlong drive, the ball actually went under his glove. The dive was there in time, but the ball went under the glove. And Vaughn takes one look at right field and said, I can get there before O'Neill's throw, and he does. 29th hit of the ball game. Both teams combined.
And runners on the corners, only 1 out. They've combined to score 22 runs. And Garcia Parra, a big reason why. 2 of 3. A stolen base has knocked in a couple of runs and put down a sacrifice to lead to another run his last trip an inning ago. He has had a very solid afternoon. Weathers looking in for the sign. And the runner back to the bag. Well, do you think perhaps we see the runner get started again? Maybe stay out of the double play we saw with Garcia Parra earlier.
You've got a lot of options here if you're Kevin Kennedy in an 11-10 game. The way it's going, you would think you'd want to hang back and slug it out, but maybe one extra run late is what he'd like to have.
Well, you know, a lot of people probably watching the game would have questioned the sacrifice bunt, but right now that sacrifice bunt is the difference in the game with a one-run lead for Boston.
At least what Kevin Kennedy would like to see Garcia Parra do is push the ball to the right side, stay out of the double play, and score Mo Vaughn. Of course, the Yankee middle infielders playing in double play position, so there's plenty of room over there on the right side.
Big lead by Tinsley, held on by Martinez at first. Vaughn and foul ground at third, and now Weathers forced to back off the rubber. Oh, 1 pitch. Floater down the right field line, foul ball. That would have created real problems for the Yankees.
Well, and credit Garcia Parra for attempting to do that. I mean, that pitch was in on his hands, and he still tried to fist it the other way.
Garcia Parra injured earlier this season. Tore a tendon behind his left knee. Only appeared in 43 games at AAA Pawtucket. But here he is in the major leagues in the heart of the wild card race. And playing well in it. But down on strikes he goes. Second out of the inning. And Weathers just threw that one right by him.
Well, Joe Torre's gotten a couple of strikeouts from David Weathers, and he's on the way to the mound again with the left arm. They've got a couple of more down there. We're going to see one of them.
Graham Lloyd will be the new Yankee pitcher. It's 11-10 Boston. We're in the 8th. Going into play today, the Yankees' magic number to clinch the American League's Eastern Division Championship rests at 6 with a 4-game lead over Baltimore. Now you see Boston 7 back in the division, but a dramatically different story for Boston in the wild card hunt. The White Sox losers 4-3 to Minnesota earlier today. So Boston with a win, a chance to even things up with the Red Sox, depending, of course, on the outcome later with Baltimore and, of course, this game. But now on, greeted by a battering of boos, is left-hander Graham Lloyd.
Yeah, Graham Lloyd has had a tough time since coming over to the Yankees. The 6'7" Aussie. Born and raised in Australia, came up in the Milwaukee Brewer organization. He's one of the players acquired in that trade we referred to earlier in the game. Bob Wickman, right-hand reliever, and Gerald Williams, an outfielder, went to Milwaukee for Pat Listash and Graham Lloyd specifically for this purpose. The one area the Yankees have been trying to fill all year long is a left-hand reliever that can get left-hand hitters out late in the game. He has not done well so far. Going to get another chance to do it right here.
And he was getting it done over his last 35 appearances in Milwaukee prior to the trade. In those outings, a 2.41 ERA. But not the same story. So here's Troy O'Leary. And you see what he's done against left-handers. Just barely over the 200 mark. 2 on, 2 out, and Lloyd deals a strike. Well, the Yankees would love to see Lloyd have a few more good outings going into the postseason to build his confidence. They may need him. Runner goes first to second on the ground, and it should in the inning as Duncan throws him out. So Lloyd gets the job done, and the Yankee crowd behind the dugout bow in honor of Lloyd. 1-run game, middle of the 8th.
Like a rock, I was strong as I could be. Like a rock, nothing ever got to me.
At the end of the day, there's only one full-size pickup that's best in initial quality. Chevy CK. It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Hey, you're a guy, and guys want to be cool. Hang out with other guys who are cool. But even cool guys sweat. 40% more than women, in fact. So how you gonna stay cool? With something new. Speed Stick Gel. No other gel keeps you drier, so you always feel your coolest. It's unbeatable gel protection, and guys, no matter how cool they are, need all the protection they can get. New Speed Stick Gel. It's just for the guys.
It's the middle of the night. She woke up with heartburn. She should take Zantac 75. The medicine in here was prescribed by doctors over the last 5 years, more than all other medicines of its kind combined. Just one Zantac 75 relieves nighttime heartburn. So take one of these and call me in the morning.
Zantac 75, the final word in acid relief.
Fox Saturday Baseball is brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. By Zantac 75, the final word in acid relief. By Radio Shack, you've got questions, we've got answers. And by Wrangler, real, comfortable jeans.
Sellout crowd at Yankee Stadium. Graham Lloyd coming on to register the final out with 2 aboard in the Boston 8th inning. Certainly Joe Torre happy about that.
Oh, yes, because he's had to bring in Graham Lloyd to a chorus of boos for about the last week. But, you know, Tom, these East Coast fans, whether it's Philadelphia, Boston, New York, they will let you know if you're not doing well. But they'll also, as the Yankee fans did here, it gave them a standing ovation for getting that last out to end the top of the 8th.
Well, you certainly predicted it earlier. If need be, Kevin Kennedy would bring on his red-hot closer, Heathcliff Slocum, for more than just 1 inning. And he will take the ball as the Yankees bat, trailing by a run here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Slocum has not been scored upon in the month of September. A 2-0 record and 5 saves. And Joe Girardi looks at a ball.
And he can throw hard. What he has done for Kevin Kennedy is a little bit, as you see his record, like Don Stanhouse, a right-handed relief pitcher with Earl Weaver. Earl Weaver called him full pack. Right. He had to go back in the runway and drag on a few of those nasty things.
Yeah, I know all about it.
And that's the same thing Kevin Kennedy. He's doing the job, but you probably will not see 1, 2, 3 innings. He'll keep me pacing. Last night he gave up a leadoff hit, then closed the Yankees out to save that one.
Well, his 7th blown save of the season came back on the 2nd of August. He has been perfect in save situations ever since. This one lined hard to left field. But there is Troy O'Leary for the first out of the inning. Well, while we have a moment, let's sneak back to our Hollywood studios and check in with our buddy, Chip Carey.
All right, guys, that Donnybrook down at the Murph is underway. And Jody Reed, remember him a couple years ago, turned down $8 million from the Dodgers? Well, maybe he knew something. His 27th home run in 12 Major League seasons has just given the Padres a 2-0 lead over Ishmael Valdez. Back to you in that thriller in the Bronx.
For Jody Reed, a longtime Boston second baseman.
Wow. With a rare long ball.
Here's Mariano Duncan with 1 out and the bases empty. Bottom half of the 8th inning, 11-10. Red Sox clinging to this 1-run lead. Duncan came on to hit for Luis Sojo in the 7th inning. Single to left field and scored a run. That one almost got him. Able to spin out of the way. Slocum in his last 20 appearances, covering 24 innings. A 1.13 ERA with 14 saves. Base hit for Duncan. You watch him play long enough, Kitty, and you say to yourself, what a perfect guy to have on a team.
Boy, isn't that the truth? The original plan for the Yankees was to have him be an all-around utility player. Pat Kelly was going to be the regular second baseman. Kelly out with a sore shoulder. Duncan has taken over. Look what he's done since the All-Star break. .336, and again, the highest batting average in his home park of any hitter in the league. Now, even though the Yankees are down, John Wetland hasn't pitched for a while.
Andy Fox is going to come on to run from Mariano Duncan. So Duncan,
Fox on Fox.
Indeed. He had a great game when we were here earlier this season in a battle against the Cleveland Indians.
Andy Fox, the top base runner in the Yankees minor league organization in past years, and that is his specialty here. Used at third and second base late in the game, and can steal a base.
Fox represents a tying run, and Slocum going to keep an eye on him. Fox in 105 games with the Yankees, 9 steals, has been thrown out 3 times. Tim Raines back to hitting left-handed, and he takes a strike. He's 2 of 4 in the game, 2 home runs, and each has come from the left side. He walked and scored as a right-handed batter in the 7th inning.
A couple of years ago, that was that 3-homer game when he was with the White Sox.
There goes Fox, and it's slapped foul out of play, so a little hit and run employed by Joe Torre, trying to get that tying run into scoring position.
See Fox get the jump and the pitch outside as Raines tried to take it to left field.
Boston held scoreless in the top of the 8th inning. First time in the last 6 half innings, and there's a hit and run single to center field. Fox will easily get to third and be held right there. So the tying run 90 feet away. Raines, his 3rd hit, represents the lead run.
Now you've seen signs around Major League ballparks all year. What a game. And this is what a game. Bill Hasselman in. It's been such a long game. He's running out of equipment. He needs a new glove, new sponge, new mask. And what the Yankees got their time was a bonus. 0-2, they were guessing Heathcliff Slocum maybe throw a pitch in the dirt and just let Andy Fox steal. And Slocum hung it, and Raines cashed it in for a base hit.
I think Hasselman went in there to get some earplugs.
Yeah. Low target, and he leaves it right up belt high.
So here's Wade Boggs, a chance to burn his old team, and he takes the ball away. Brought up earlier, Boggs in 1992 hit .259 for Boston, and they let him walk. Signed as a free agent with the Yankees in December of that year. And now a chance to do some damage. Tying run at third, go ahead run at first, 1 out in the inning. Did he go? They appeal to third? No, says Chuck Merriweather. Well, again, same situation. Do you think about starting Raines to avoid a double play?
I don't think he will with a 2-0 count. Don Zimmer's giving Joe a little advice on that, but he is.
Runner goes, and they'll let him go.
Yeah.
Well, Slocum didn't pay any attention to him, and Raines caught it all the way.
Well, the reason I thought on the 2-0 count is Boggs, you would anticipate, would get a good fastball to hit. And if you're Joe Torre, you don't want to hit into a line drive double play, but they came with a breaking ball. Raines with an easy jump. Hey, you could get right down in there in uniform, make those calls with Sim.
Well, see, again, that gets back to my National League roots, right. I hate to say, Jimmy.
Well, you saw him a lot.
Right.
Chicago. And believe me, he has a lot of influence on Joe Torre.
Now the tying run is at third. The go-ahead run is at second. Paul O'Neill would be next. 3-0 to Boggs, 1 out. And there's ball 4, and the bases are loaded. Well, there's no left-hander to come in and face Paul O'Neill. Slocum is the stopper, and Kevin Kennedy will live or die with his right hand. O'Neill in his career 2 for 2 with a home run, and the crowd on its feet at Yankee Stadium. Boston 11 runs, 14 hits, 10 and 17 for the Yanks. Ball 1 to O'Neill. O'Neill 3 of 4, a solo home run in the game, has scored twice. Two balls, no strikes. There's not a fanny in a seat at Yankee Stadium right now. Off the glove of fly. He's looking around. Everybody's safe. Tie game.
Well, if you read Kevin Kennedy's lips, he said that ball's got to be caught, and he's right. It is right in the glove, and Jeff Fry, who had been so reliable, can't close the pocket over the ball. And here's John Zimmer's reaction. A team that had played so well in the second half in the field has given the Yankees some opportunities to get back in the game today. That's young Ruben Rivera, the brightest prospect in the Yankee organization, who won the game on Wednesday night with a single. Will go in to run for O'Neill and play right field.
And I cannot believe that is called a base hit.
Oh, very charitable.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, the base is loaded. Boston 11, the Yankees 11. One out. Here's Cecil Fielder. The crowd will fill you in. 1-0. Two balls and no strikes. Crowd still standing, willing Fielder to give the Yankees what would be a lead for the first time since it was 1-0 in the third. Well, every ooh and ah and cheer with every hit.
You don't, up here, you don't even have to watch this game. You can turn your back to it, and they'll tell you what's happening, right? These 55,000 sellout at Yankee Stadium.
Fielder. All he has to do is put the bat on the ball, lift something into the outfield, because Raines is going to score on anything moderately well hit. Raines, Boggs, Rivera. One out. Tie game at 11. 2-2 to Fielder. So you want to be a manager or a closer. came in with a strike on a big 3-2 pitch.
Well, you think it's easy being a fan in September? These people expended some energy.
Well, what a setting. Historic Yankee Stadium, brought up earlier, 1,404 times. The Yankees and Red Sox have gotten together, and this is certainly one of the more memorable battles. Tied at 11, bases loaded, 1 out, 3-2 to Fielder. It remains right there as he fouls it off. Even guys that haven't played all day are worn out.
David Cone.
Now we'll try it again. Bases loaded, 1 out. Tie game, 3-2 pitch. Strike 3 called, and Fielder knew it. So Slocum gets the second out of the inning.
Boy, and a gutsy call by Bill Hasselman. 3-2, bases loaded, winning run at third. And they came with the breaking ball and got Cecil Fielder looking at it. And he knew it.
Tino Martinez, a 2-run single in the 7th inning. He's 1 of 3 today, has walked twice. The go-ahead run at third as Wetland cranks it up in the bullpen. Ball 1 high. A lot of the fans have taken a seat. But Tino Martinez has a chance right here to give the Yankees a lead in the bottom of the 8th. 1-1. Well, maybe Tino Martinez's birthday present to Cecil Fielder will be getting him off the hook in this situation. 1-1. Strike 2 on the outside corner. A good fastball from Slocum.
Yeah, no tricks with Heathcliff, and the hitters know it. Everything is hard. Fastball, slider, occasional splitter.
Bases loaded, 2 away. Game tied at 11, and the 1-2 pitch is high and in. 2-2 to Martinez. Cecil still wondering what could have been. We'll see what Martinez can do. As Slocum okays the sign, and now wants a new series. Things check out with Hasselman in the pitch. Got him swinging to end the inning. So the Yankees had Fielder and Martinez against Slocum with the bases loaded. Could not take the lead. Tied at 11 as we go to the 9th. Well, the storied history dating back to 1903. We told you today the 1404th game played, and most recently dominated by the Yankees, at least in their home ballpark. 11-11 in this one as we head for the 9th inning, and Joe Torre has gone to his bullpen, bringing on his 8th pitcher of the day, and it's his stopper, John Wetland.
And he was planning to use John Wetland even if the Yankees didn't score. Hasn't pitched in about 4 days.
See the numbers on Wetland, 41 saves. And he faces Bill Hasselman, who's had a big day to start out the Boston 9th inning. You made the point in between innings as we look at the rest of the numbers from Wetland. Very much a power pitcher, but as it goes to 2-0, a difference in personnel and the way the Yankees played early in the season as opposed to the way they play now.
Yeah, the Cecil Fielder at bat was an example of that. The Yankees were not hitting a lot of home runs early in the year. They went out and got power hitters, but they were a more contact-oriented attack before Cecil and Strawberry got here. And of course, that inning points out that's all he really wanted was some contact. And that's the flip side of having power hitters in your lineup.
2-1 to Hasselman, and he pops it up. Andy Fox just in the game at second base. Ruben Rivera just in the game in right. It'll be Fox to make the play. 1 gone. Well, let's check in on the Dodgers and Padres and send it back to Chip Carey in Hollywood.
All right, Tommy, thanks a lot. We showed you Jody Reed's 2-run homer to put the Padres in front. Well, Eric Karros has answered. He says Kapaya in the top of the 4th inning, a new career high, his 33rd homer of the year. They move down to the 4th. Padres over the Dodgers 2-1 with the NL West lead at stake.
Well, the irony of Eric Karros hitting the home run for the Dodgers, he grew up in San Diego, hated the Dodgers, and rooted for Cincinnati as a youngster, with Johnny Bench and Pete Rose being his idols. And here he is wearing a Dodger uniform, has worn out the Reds and trying to do the same thing to his hometown Padres. Reggie Jefferson will come on to pinch hit for Tony Rodriguez. And he has been the best Boston hitter over the last 3 weeks. An 18-game hitting streak. And as a designated hitter this season, with Canseco on his 2 combined DL stints, Jefferson has been nearly a 400 batter.
Speaking of Cincinnati, Reggie came up as a top prospect, a switch hitter. Had a stint in Cleveland, Seattle, now Boston, and he is exclusively a left-hand hitter and a better one.
1-1. Jefferson awaiting the 1-1 from Wetland, and it stays high.
Usually when you see a hitter that has improved a bit over the years, they learn to use the entire field. Let's see if Reggie Jefferson has done that. Yeah, in fact, he's hit a lot of balls to left field. That's customary for left-hand hitters in Fenway.
Trying to slap it that way right there.
Well, I mentioned there are more left-hand hitters in this Boston lineup at one time than I could ever remember. You've always had one, like Williams and Lynn and Runnels, Yastrzemski, Boggs, all those batting champions. But all of a sudden, the Red Sox are a left-hand hitting dominant lineup. Outside corner, and Jefferson fouls it off the opposite way. There's the leading left-hand hitter for them, Mo Vaughn.
Swing and a miss, and Jefferson out on strikes. So in his only at bat, if we don't see him again, that could end his hitting streak with just one whack at it.
John Wetland having a great year for the Yankees, and the improvement has been that pitch right there. He always had a good fastball, sharp curve, but he's added in that hard slider. And like most good closers, he gets ahead of hitters and makes them chase that pitch.
So 2 down, nobody on. 11-11 game at Yankee Stadium in the ninth. And Darren Bragg looks at a strike. Bragg 3 hits. Has scored a run. And the 0-1 offering. Chopped to second. Fox handles it cleanly. That's that. So the Yankees will come to bat in the bottom of the 9th inning. We're tied at 11.
Well, a beautiful evening here in the Big Apple, and a lengthy game at Yankee Stadium as the Red Sox and the Yankees are tied at 11. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Earlier this year, I was a part of the longest 9-inning game in American League history between the Yankees and the Orioles. 4 hours and 21 minutes. And we are closing in on that as you see the Red Sox and Yankee bench in a rare calm moment here at Yankee Stadium going to the bottom of the 9th.
Well, you've heard that line about calm before the storm, have you? They've turned on the lights. And they're hoping that the Yankees can do what they've done all season long, Kitty, as far as one-run games are concerned. It's been the best team in all of baseball in one-run games this season.
But not very many of them have been double-digit one-run games.
So here we go in the bottom of the 9th inning. Bernie Williams to lead it off against Heathcliff Slocum. And it's high, ball 1. And we'd like to thank our producer, Michael Weissman, our director, Jim Lynch, John Coleman, Clark Pierce, all the rest of the men and women, part of our Fox crew here today. And it's 2-0 to Williams. We will be in Fenway Park next Saturday afternoon right here on Fox for the Red Sox and the Yankees once again. And what could that weekend series mean? In there, a strike, 2-1 to Williams.
I know one thing it's going to mean. You're going to get a bigger scorecard if you keep doing these American League games, right?
Or a new red pen, which I used to mark into scorebooks as a walk and a run batted in, as we've seen plenty of both today. Now, the final week of the regular season this year will be even more exciting than that of a year ago. At least it looks that way on paper. 2-1 pitch. 3 balls and a strike, and Slocum one miss away from putting the winning run aboard.
Jeter waits on deck.
Despite coming back so many times today, the Yankees have missed on so many chances. They've left 15 men on base through the first 8 innings. 3-2 now to Williams.
Goes back to what we talked about early on. Managers like to have a hitter just get that runner in from third with a ground ball or a fly ball. Yankees have not been able to do that at the right time.
3-2 delivery. And Williams stays alive. You know, the 15 they left on base, Kitty, 12 have come in the last 5 innings alone.
Must be antacid in that bottle then.
New York, the division leaders in the American League East, in front of Baltimore by 4 games. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Did he go? They appeal to third. No way, says Chuck Merriweather. Merriweather has been batter friendly today. So the winning run, potential winning run, is aboard.
And this is what Chuck Merriweather and all umpires look for. Was the intent to swing there, and it clearly wasn't. Bernie Williams held up just in time. Now the wheels turn in the Yankee dugout. If you sacrifice with Derek Jeter, pinch hit one of your lefties for Joe Girardi, they're going to put him on base. And of course, that throw to first base was designed to find out, and Derek Jeter did show, but they throw over there, see if the hitter will commit. And Derek Jeter started to turn, tells the Red Sox the sacrifice bunt sign was on that pitch.
Well, he does indeed show the bunt, and it misses down and in for ball 1.
Now, Joe Torre and a lot of managers do this often. First pitch, give the hitter the bunt sign, ball 1. Now, pitcher thinks he's bunting, throws him a high fastball. You turn around and give the hitter the green light on the next pitch. See if Torre does that with Jeter.
Runner goes, and it's grounded. Beautiful play made at third base, and the throw is in time. So just checking back into the game, Pozo, and boy, he got his hands full in a hurry, didn't he? But the winning run is at second base.
Archimedes Pozo just into the game, playing shallow but not expecting the bunt, and that saved the game. That ball gets by him as Jeter did turn on it. That's down in the corner.
So Pozo coming on to play third base, and turns in a gem. Darryl Strawberry has moved to the on-deck circle, but right now all eyes focused on Joe Girardi, where they shade him to go the other way. Shifted well into right center is Lee Tinsley. Bernie Williams, the winning run at second with 1 out. And Pozo will get another chance. Makes a play and throws picked out of the dirt by Vaughn for out number 2. Strawberry will come on to pinch hit for Andy Fox. Strawberry's story, well told. One of the most prolific home run hitters over a 10-year run over in the National League, and he will not get a chance to swing the bat.
And that's the reason, Tom, in the managerial strategy in this inning, I know there's a lot of people saying, why didn't Joe Torre hit for Joe Girardi? Well, see, if he hit Strawberry for Girardi, then they would have walked him, and the number 9 spot would have come up. This way, Girardi hits, they walk Strawberry, who has not been swinging the bat well. So Joe Torre's not at all disappointed in this move. He's sent up there as a little bit of a decoy because the guy in the on-deck circle is the one he wants swinging the bat right now. So as far as Joe Torre is concerned, he is getting exactly what he wants.
So here comes Tim Raines. His first time up, he fouled out trying to bunt. He then lined to short in the third. Since then, in the 5th inning, a home run to right. In the 6th inning, a home run to right. He walked and scored in the 7th. And in the 8th inning, he singled to center field and stole a base. Well, you've seen him all year long. How are you going to go after Tim Raines? Whatever the scouting report is that Boston has, it's not working.
Well, that's what Sandy Ellis ran out to talk to Heath Slocum about right there. That's the threat of Darryl Strawberry. At this stage, he is a much easier out than Raines. Kennedy's going to have to go after Raines.
11 runs, 18 hits for the Yankees. 11 runs and 14 hits for Boston. Winning run is Bernie Williams, who runs very well at second base. And here's Tim Raines with 2 out and 2 on in the bottom of the 9th. Fly ball should end the inning. And it does. So 9 innings is not enough for the Red Sox and the Yankees. We go to the 10th in the Bronx. 11 all. The 11-11 game. Of course, this is one of the greatest rivalries in all the professional sports. These two cities so rich in sports tradition. Boston, as you know, home of the American Revolution, separated by just better than 200 miles from New York. And the Big Apple, always known as a city that never sleeps. It's a rivalry born with the sale of the Babe to the Yankees that has grown through the years as the cities have compared their stars like Williams and DiMaggio. They've shared a few stars as well. We've seen the fiery Don Zimmer today, as well as former Boston third baseman, now Yankee third baseman Wade Boggs. But of course, we remember that October day,
Deep to left.
when Bucky Dent clubbed this home run. It sent the Yankees on to the postseason. And this rivalry now in its 1404th game, tied at 11 as we go to the 10th inning. Jeff Fry to lead things off against John Wetland. It's in there, a strike 1 and 1 to Fry.
City that never sleeps, and in September, ball players won't sleep a lot with these long games. Old ball players' motto, sleep in November. You get some long ones in September.
Well, this could be one that goes down in the memory banks for a long time, depending, of course, on how the rest of the season goes. If the Red Sox lose today, fall out of the race, they can't necessarily say it's a game that did them in because they are 3 back starting the day in the wild card. But Boston wins a game like today, and they surge on to force a playoff or reach the postseason. And boy, this was the one that maybe got you ignited.
Yeah, no matter which team loses, it's one of those draining losses. You know, you get blown out 12-1. Darren Bragg looks on. You say, well, we got beat. But these, you battle back and forth 4.5 hours. Whoever loses this game, it's going to take a lot out of them. And there's a lot more pressure on the Yankees. They will feel it worse. They had this game in the palm of their hands. Bases loaded, 1 out. Cecil punched out. They couldn't deliver the winning blow. The Red Sox lose. They say, hey, nobody expected us to be here. They just tee it up and go at them again tomorrow. And they got Roger Clemens pitching tomorrow night.
Well, leadoff walk to Fry. He represents the go-ahead run in the Boston 10th inning. And here's Mo Vaughn. 0 for 2. He's been intentionally walked and hit by a pitch twice. And it's in the dirt.
There's the scouting report on Mo Vaughn. Like most hitters, he likes the fastball behind in the count. Hits it wherever you pitch it to him. This is the only vulnerable area that whoever has managed John Wetland is a little concerned about. Felipe Alou in Montreal, Buck Showalter last year, is the occasional lack of control.
Wetland looking in as he's fallen behind Vaughn at 2 balls and no strikes. Fry at first, and it's hit, knocked down by Martinez. Gets the out at first, throws to second. It's not going to be in time. They needed a tag at second base after Martinez took the sure out at first.
Now the corner infielders last inning, Archimedes Pozo and now Tino Martinez have kept this a tie game. Martinez knocks it down, gets control, gets the lead out. And of course Fry running on the pitch gets to second base ahead of the tag.
Mel Stottlemyre will come out of the dugout and have a quick chat with Wetland before he has to square off with Jose Canseco.
Yeah, most closers you don't have walk the opposing hitters intentionally. Why? Because they're the best guys in the business. You say, hey, here's the ball, you can get anybody out. Jose Canseco. But in the on-deck circle for the Red Sox is Lee Tinsley, not a particularly powerful hitter. So with a base to play with, I think that was the discussion right there between Mel Stottlemyre and John Wetland.
Well, Joe Girardi now moving some Yankee defenders around a bit, most notably Bernie Williams in center field as they will go after Canseco. 11-11 here in the 10th. The go-ahead run for Boston is Fry at second base, and Jose takes outside, ball 1.
Might be one of those old pitch around him, don't give him anything too good to hit. Take a few shots outside and see if he'll chase it.
1-0 to Canseco. And it misses again. 2-0.
Yeah, you can see the body language of John Wetland, and if you've been with us most of the day, you've had a long, exciting afternoon to begin with. But the strike zone has been very, very tiny from Jim Evans.
Fry takes his lead at second base. 2-0 to Canseco. And it's hit hard into deep right center field. Williams on the run will get there in time. And Fry has to hurry back into second. Boy, Bernie Williams could go get him in center field. There may be better defenders in center field around baseball, but if he gets a good jump, he'll go get it.
Yeah, there are a few that are as graceful. A sprinter during his boyhood days in Puerto Rico, and those long loping strides. So he kind of times the ball. A lot of outfielders run right to it, get there, wait, and catch it. And Canseco thought for a moment it might be in there.
Well, now Kevin Kennedy will look down his bench and bring on a man that he had heavily counted on this season. And Wilfredo Cordero came over from Montreal, where he had some outstanding seasons. In fact, was a National League All-Star shortstop 2 years ago. But injuries have really slowed him down this year.
So what it has come down to, Tom, is we have been here 4.5 hours, 22 runs, 32 hits, and it's an inter-squad game.
Right.
Cordero and Wetland, guys that know each other well from their Montreal Expos days.
Well, they were part of a team in 1994 that many believe had a chance to give Montreal its first ever World Series appearance. They had the best record in all of baseball, 40 games over 500. But the economics of the game, the strike took place, There was no postseason. There was no World Series. And before you knew it, Wetland, Grissom, Larry Walker, later Cordero, long gone from Montreal. They couldn't afford to keep him. There goes Fry. And he will go in standing up. He'll slide, but it didn't draw a throw.
Yeah, it's a good play only if you make it with 2 out, but it's a high percentage. John Wetland is easy to steal against. Fry had that one standing up if he wanted to.
1-0 to Cordero, and he takes outside. 2 balls and no strikes.
You know, just the extra little edge for the Red Sox on a breaking ball in the dirt puts a little more pressure on Girardi. Little chopper in front of the plate.
3-0, and there's a pitch in the dirt right there that Girardi had to handle well and keep Fry just 90 feet away.
Well, Joe Torre trying to get Joe Girardi's attention. He said, put him on. There's Girardi moving out, blocking the ball. And on a 3-0 count, respect for Cordero's hitting ability. They're going to go at the rookie shortstop, Garciaparra.
Second walk of the inning issued by Wetland. And Garciaparra will come up 2 of 4 today. An RBI triple to center in the 4th inning. Knocked in a run with a single, stole a base in the 5th. Laid down a sacrifice leading to another run in the 7th inning, but struck out his last time up.
Runner.
Pinch runner at first base, Trot Nixon for the Red Sox. Goes in for Cordero.
Christopher Nixon.
So Nixon aboard at first. The go-ahead run is Jeff Fry at third with 2 out here in the top of the 10th inning. Yankees and Red Sox tied at 11. Garciaparra waits and fouls it away. Had a pretty good cut.
Boy, what a story this would be for Red Sox fans. Garciaparra, John Valentin was the regular shortstop. Tim Naring at third, both out with injuries. As you mentioned, he was injured early in the year, and he has now become the regular shortstop here in the month of September. He has had some day.
Well, he started his career 8 for his first 42. But since then, he's turned it on. Runner goes first to second, and they will let Nixon take second base. And again, it may not seem like much right now, but a base hit. And you have a 2-run lead rather than a 1-run lead.
Or a bouncing ball up the middle that you could get a force at second is eliminated.
1-1 to Garciaparra. And another good cut. Fouled it straight back. I think this Yankee Stadium crowd is a bit worn out. They've been up and down, high and low on both ends today. And they'll rise again as Wetland looks for the strikeout that would end the 10th inning. This should end the inning. And it will. The Red Sox lead 2. We go to the bottom of the 10th. Tied at 11. We'll return after these messages from your local Fox station.
Fox, the exclusive home of the 1996 World Series.
Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. Yes, it's been a long day. If you're just rolling in and expected to figure this one was long over, no deal. We're in the bottom of the 10th. Darren Bragg moves back into center field. Trot Nixon remains in the game after pinch running to play right field. And now on the mound is right-hander Joe Hudson. Wade Boggs to lead things off in the Yankee 10th.
Yeah, both managers had their closers out there trying to put this away. Slocum, his longest outing was 2 1/3, so he's lifted. And if the Yankees don't score, they will also have a new pitcher.
7th pitcher used today by Boston. The Yankees have run 8 of them out there. And there's a line drive center field base hit for Boggs. His first hit of the afternoon. And while we have a moment, let's once again send it quickly back to Chip Carey in our Hollywood studios.
Okay, Tommy, the Dodgers have blown their game open in San Diego. 7 runs on 7 hits in the top of the 5th inning. The big blow, a bases-clearing double by Raul Mondesi. Actually, it was a triple. Sean Bergman's first pitch in relief, and the Dodgers on their way up by 6. Back to you.
All righty, Chip, a wild one there in San Diego, and here we're in the bottom of the 10th, tied at 11. Ruben Rivera bats for the first time, shows a bunt, and he pulls the bat away as it misses ball 1.
Well, see, now in the heart of the order, Joe Torre can say, all right, I'm going to use the youngster to try to bunt the runner over. If they want to walk Cecil Fielder, Tino Martinez hits behind him, so it's a high percentage play.
2-0. Well, Rivera has a pair of sacrifices this season. And those are sacrifice flies. He has not had a sacrifice bunt all year.
2-0 count now, a hitter's count. See if Joe Torre turns around and lets him swing. Nope.
3-0. Cecil Fielder a chance to make up for the bases loaded strikeout in the 8th inning that could have given the Yankees a lead. And taking it 3-0 is Rivera, 3 balls and a strike.
Taking a long look, Ruben Rivera might be asked to take another one here. Hudson not showing an ability to throw strikes.
Well, again, he was squaring around a bunt. But that's not to say he just couldn't pull the bat away and take a pitch.
Well, it gives you an extra pitch sacrifice bunt. If you foul it off, you still have a 3-2 count. Again, a high percentage play.
Squares and bunts it back to the pitcher, and he might beat it out. Nope, thrown out at first, but Rivera gets the job done. Advancing Wade Boggs on to second and putting the winning run in scoring position. Nice job by the youngster Rivera.
Yeah, he was the hitting hero on Wednesday night, got the game-winning hit, and here's a perfectly placed bunt. You see, Pozo didn't really know whether to charge or not. Hudson never gave Boggs a thought at second and just barely got Rivera at first.
Well, with all the tools that Rivera has, I bet he hadn't been asked to do that in Lord knows how long. Going from the minor leagues and now up to the big leagues.
Isn't it amazing that in a game like this with all these runs and hits, it might be just a sacrifice bunt that could help one of these teams win the ball game.
Well, here's Cecil with a winning run at second, and he takes down low, ball 1. Cecil Fielder today celebrating his 33rd birthday. It looked like a pretty good birthday in the 6th when he hit a 2-run home run to left. He knocked in a run with a ground ball in the 7th inning, but struck out with the bases loaded in the 8th. It was 11-11 then. He could have given the Yankees a lead, and of course they were turning the ball over to Wetland anyway in the 9th. Boggs at second, 2-0. Is now 3 balls and no strikes. Well, not many of the 56,000 plus have left this one. And he looks at ball 4. Well, let's turn back to that 8th inning.
Cecil Fielder on his birthday had hit a home run. He's up against Heathcliff Slocum, 3-2, and a good breaking ball on the outside corner for a big strikeout. Slocum also struck out Tino Martinez and kept this a tie ball game.
Well, Slocum had the blown save. He entered the game with a 1-run lead. He looked like he was going to suffer the loss at the same time. Managed to get out of that jam, and now Hudson with 2 on. Faces Martinez, and it's low and away, 1-0. Martinez 1 of 3. A ball, a strike.
Wade Boggs, of course, has been nursing a sore back. Does not run particularly well to begin with. He has to get an extra big lead.
This one into left center field. Darren Bragg waves off the left fielder O'Leary and makes the catch for out number 2, and Boggs has to stay put at second base. Well, if there's one guy that's delivered all season long for the Yankees, it's a man who steps up there right now, and Bernie Williams.
Yeah, he has been. Boy, Joe's gone through as much water as we have. Bernie Williams has been the Yankees' best hitter over the year with runners in scoring position. 27 men left on today, 17 by the Yankees.
33 hits, 22 runs. We're in the bottom half of the 10th inning. Boggs a winning run at second, and it misses inside and low ball. Williams struck out in the second, singled in the fourth, walked in the fifth, singled again in the sixth, doubled in the seventh, and walked in the ninth. So he has been aboard 5 straight times to the plate. Little low, 2 balls and no strikes on Bernie Williams. Big pitch here, Kitty, for Joe Hudson. As it just missed under the knees.
Yeah, it's a big pitch and a big at bat for the Yankees because Heathcliff Slocum has gone 2 innings. Now John Wetland 2. And Joe Torre may not send Wetland out if this game stays tied. Both closers would be gone.
Winning run at second base, a 3-0 to Williams, and he takes ball 4. They're loaded for Derek Jeter. Sammy Ellis, the Boston pitching coach, again will visit the mound. Now Jeter had a chance, Kitty, in the 7th inning. He left 2 on. And left a runner on as well in the 9th inning.
Action in the Red Sox bullpen, but it appears that John Wetland would go out for the 11th inning if the Yankees don't score. And those trips to the mound remind me, Tom, you know, if the pitching coaches mean well, they go out there, they try to calm a pitcher down. In these situations, you don't hear a word they're saying. You're in Yankee Stadium where the base is loaded and the game on the line. You just want to get the ball and throw it.
Well, now the Yankee Stadium crowd will try one more burst of energy. Winning run at third. And it's a strike to the Yankee shortstop. We've been at it almost 5 hours. Tied at 11, bottom of the 10th. And what a play right there by Hasselman. You brought it up earlier, Jimmy. You can't say enough about what Hasselman has done taking over from Mike Stanley.
The last few weeks that Stanley's season has ended with a herniated disc. Actually, with a backhand stab, he keeps that ball in front of him.
Wade Boggs a winning run at third. And now Jeter is down in the count to Hudson at 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Lost a few more of those hairs underneath that cap.
Well, you'll appreciate that. Kevin Kennedy, he's managed a full head of hair somehow. Winning run at third, 2 out in the bottom of the 10th. And it's into center field. The Yankees have won it.
for 2 years before this season, and he is rapidly becoming the Yankees Player of the Year. As a rookie, another big hit for Derek Jeter, just out of the reach of Garcia Parra. And the dugout erupts for the Yankees.
Well, they're hoping this is just a warm-up celebration in New York as they look ahead to the postseason. And with every win for the Yankees, another game off the magic number. It now goes to 5 over Baltimore.
Yeah, it's a relief win for the Yankees.
23 runs, 34 hits. We go 10 innings and nearly 5 hours. The Yankees win it 12-11. Back in a moment.
Wrangler jeans. Available in the 2 colors boys prefer most. Black and blue. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans. Pine Lake. 3 friends. 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable. Even the fish. Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
Somewhere beyond the sea, somewhere waiting for
Your
me.
turn, man.
When you've got the great taste of an ice cold Miller Lite, life is good.
I think she digs you. Really?
No.
Beyond the sea, somewhere.
Wetland won it, Hudson lost it, and today's genuine Chevrolet Player of the Game, the man who delivered the game-winning hit, extending his hitting streak to now 14 games, rookie shortstop Derek Jeter.
And, Tom, I mentioned that this was a relief win for the Yankees. As you see Jeter reach out and poke that hit into center field, it would have been a much more damaging loss for them. They're relieved to have won this game. Lots of opportunities. The Red Sox battled back time after time. And they're still in this wild card race.
As you look ahead, the Yankees, their chances quickly, Kitty, in postseason play.
Well, I like their pitching in their bullpen. You didn't see Rivera yet. Rivera Wetland, the best 1-2 punch in the American League coming out of the bullpen.
Well, we can't wait to get it started. Next weekend, we'll have the Yankees and the Red Sox from Fenway. So for Jim Cott, I'm Tom Brenneman saying so long from Yankee Stadium, where in 10 innings, a wild one, a memorable game. 12-11 Yanks over the Red Sox. Tomorrow, a Fox NFL Sunday doubleheader. Packers take on the Vikings, as well as the Dallas Cowboys battling the Buffalo Bills, plus other exciting regional action. It all begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Check local listings for the game and time in your area. Derek Jeter, as this one lasts nearly 5 hours. But for the 22-year-old from Kalamazoo, it was well worth the wait as he propels the Yankees over Boston in 10 innings today before a sellout crowd in front of jubilant teammates. And the Yanks move one step closer to winning the American League's Eastern Division title. Of course, we have a full week left to go in the regular season. What's in store for Torrey and the Yankees? What's in store for Kevin Kennedy and the Boston Red Sox? Time will tell. You've been watching Fox Sports coverage of Major League Baseball, home of the '96 World Series.